Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design Working Group. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be helping out with the web conference today. A couple of items before we go through the agenda. All the materials that we'll be discussing today are available out on the RAMPed Initiative webpage. You can get to that page by going to kaiso.com. And on the main homepage, you'll see the State Informed tab. If you click that tab, you'll see policy initiatives. If you click out to policy initiatives, it'll take you to our main initiative landing page. And then down at the bottom of the page, you'll see a link out to the RAMPed working group page. And the presentation, as well as an updated discussion paper, is available out on that page. So if we can go to the next slide. As usual, today's working group and tomorrow's working group will be recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only, so any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And these working groups are meant to be collaborative and stimulate open dialogue, and we always encourage comments and engagement, and just a reminder to please keep those comments and questions professional and respectful as we move through the discussion. Next slide, please. So we will be pausing for comments and questions throughout the meeting today. If you are joining us virtually, you'll need to raise your hand by clicking the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your screen and also next to your name. If you are joining us in person, please make sure to raise your hand or use your name tent to indicate that you have a question, and then use the microphone so that those on the phone line can hear us. If you dialed in separately to the meeting and didn't use that WebEx call me function, you'll need to press #2 to raise your hand. So we'll monitor that today as well. And then a reminder for everyone joining us, please to remember to state your name and affiliation before making your comment or asking your question, just so we know who the comment or question is coming from. And then you can also send your question or comment through the chat to all panelists, or you can send it to me directly. Again, my name is Isabella Nicosia. Next slide. All right, this slide just shows where we are at in the ISO's larger policy development process. So we are here kind of in this pre-development stage before diving into the issue paper and straw proposal at the discussion paper and working groups. Next slide. Next slide. All right, our agenda for today. In a moment here, I'll turn things over to our facilitator, Danielle Powers. And then our first discussion topic will focus on Backstop, specifically CPM. So we have some of the ISO policy team joining us for that discussion. We have Partha, Anya, Abhishek, and Abdul. Then we will break for lunch and come back and have a panel discussion focused on Backstop. So we have Steve Keene from SCE, Eric Little from CalCCA, Partha from the ISO, Mary Neal from RM, Perry Cervedio from CISA, and Noah Tong from MRP. And then following that panel discussion, we'll discuss the projected EDAM RSE shortfalls with Danny Johnson and Hillary Staver from the ISO. Take a quick break and then leave some time at the end to go over a path forward for modeling, and Aditya from the ISO will be leading that discussion. So with that, I will turn things over to our facilitator, Danielle, for opening comments, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome in the room and on the phone. My name is Danielle Powers. I'm with Concentric Energy Advisors, and we are facilitating the meeting today and tomorrow. There's a lot to work through today. I know the focus of the sessions today are going to be on Backstop, but sort of backing up to the goals, the original goals. Can we move ahead on a slide? The working group goals is, as you can see here, the working group has worked through many of these goals, which is to develop policy, develop principles and goals, form the initial problem statements, which have been updated, and the discussion paper is posted on the website for everyone to take a look at in terms of what the updates to the problem statements will be, and I think we'll be going through that tomorrow. Align on the priorities and staff and stakeholder bandwidth to address the issues that have been discussed, refining the problem statements, as I said, is in the updated discussion paper on the website, and then action items for how to move these issues forward into the policy development phase, or identify what else needs to be discussed or analyzed in order to make a decision on whether to move forward or not. Next slide, please. So the working group meeting goals today are really, as I said, aligning the backstop processes and getting not only a discussion from panel, from the stakeholder perspective, but also from CAISO's perspective or CAISO's perspective on their process and how they analyze their backstop authority today. And as I said here, the perspectives on backstop from stakeholders, which is always very informative. And then understanding what modeling needs to take place to actually assess backstop necessity. With that, I will turn it over.
Sounds great. Let's move to the next slide. And let's stay here for a moment. Just good morning, everyone. My name is Anya Gilbert. I'm a lead policy developer here at the ISO. I'm also joined by Hillary Staver, who in the future is going to be our lead policy developer focusing on backstop measures. This is her third week, so I'll be kind of providing some of the background today, but please welcome Hillary as you work with her in the future. This morning, I will be covering a few topics to level set on backstop. I'll be reviewing the policy framework for backstop, specifically CPM. I'll be reviewing some of the feedback that the ISO's received to date on backstop, both within this working group and then on CPM reform that was broader than the CPM enhancements initiative, kind of those asks that were in place that went beyond the narrow scope of CPM enhancements at the time. And then I'll also be reviewing a former ISO proposal on a portfolio deficiency assessment that's very related to some of the discussions that we've been having in this group, but is not a recommendation, only a refresher for the group. So with that, let's go ahead and dive in and move to the next slide. One more slide forward. Great, so backstop, as we know, is a key element of any resource adequacy program, including the ISOs. We're working in harmonization with various LRAs, RA programs, and it's intended to provide safeguards to make sure that the system remains reliable. We can think about backstop along three different timelines. In the short term, the tools available for backstop include exceptional dispatch. I'll note that any resource that is exceptionally dispatched is also offered a CPM. In the month ahead and year ahead timeframe, we have our capacity procurement mechanism, which is really the focus of today's discussion. And then in the 1 to 2 year forward period, if a deficiency or reliability need is identified, the generator formally submits a notice of retirement. An RMR can be offered by the ISO to ensure that that capacity is available. And again, today's focus is really just on that CPM in the month ahead and year ahead. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the ISO's CPM was designed to ensure that we have sufficient capacity to remain reliable. The capacity made available to backstop is a result of our competitive solicitation process, or CSP process, which includes a soft offer cap. I'll note for folks that soft offer cap was just approved by FERC to be increased to $7.34 per kilowatt month last Thursday. And I'll note that our tariff also allows cost justification for any seller that has higher costs than that soft offer cap, so long as they file that with FERC. And I'll note to date, we have not had any sellers that have requested that. Next slide. So this slide gets into more of the details of how the capacity procurement mechanism is used. Again, it's used to kind of provide backstop procurement as opposed to kind of forward front stopping associated with getting the right resources online and procured. I'll note that any CPM resources are still required to bid into the market and are subject to the ISO's availability and performance mechanism, RAME. And I'll note, and this is important for our later discussion and the analysis that Abdul will be presenting, but the CPM designations are really a result of the capacity that's willingly offered to the ISO by scheduling coordinators through the annual, monthly, and intramonthly CSPs. Lastly, I'll note that these CPM designations are generally issued after a cure period, which is typically between T-minus 45 and T-minus 30. I'll note that the capacity not eligible for a CPM is shown RA as well as RMR capacity. And as I noted a few slides ago, CPMs are offered to exceptional dispatches. Next slide. So there are 6 CPM designation types that we have in our tariff. There is the system or annual deficiency. It can be a result of a local monthly or annual deficiency. It can be a result of a local collective deficiency or a cumulative flex deficiency, either in flex or as a result of kind of those 3 products. It can also be a result of a significant event or exceptional dispatch. I'll note that for the ISO, the discussion today is really focused on the system aspects. I recognize there are some specific challenges with local and the interplay with the CPE. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide. The competitive solicitation process is a process by which the CAISO can be made aware of what capacity is available if a CPM is needed. These scheduling coordinators can offer their capacity to the CAISO up to a soft offer cap, which is recently updated to 734. I'll note that this is likely going to be implemented this June, but was approved last Thursday by FERC. And the soft offer cap itself serves as both a safe harbor and allows for a way to mitigate potential market power. I'll note again that any offers above that soft offer cap need to be cost justified at FERC. Go ahead and move to the next slide. So there's really 2 uses for that soft offer cap, both a cap for those competitive solicitation process, and it's also tied to RAME. RAME was set at 60% of the soft offer cap, and at the time that policy was developed, that was really put in place because it meant that it would be higher than what bilateral prices were trading for. As we've discussed in this working group, and we'll show a little bit later, those market dynamics have changed. Bilateral trading prices are much higher. And maybe at this point, I'll pause for questions. Do we have any raised hands on the phone, Isabella?
I'm not seeing any raised hands in queue. Do we have any on the phone only line, Silas?
No, there are no raised hands in the phones either.
Okay.
All right, well, let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So next, I wanted to review some of the stakeholder suggestions that we've heard in comments and through some of the working group discussion related to Backstop. As you remember, we talked a little bit about Backstop in our December working group meeting, where Abdul reviewed our showing process and some of the ties to Backstop. We heard from Middle River recommending that if the ISO, through some of the modeling efforts it's engaging in doesn't meet a 0.1 LOLE, that the CAISO should backstop using its CPM authority. We also heard requests for greater transparency around kind of the CAISO's backstop decision-making processes, and a note from Public Generating Pool that non-RA shouldn't be monitored for backstop. There was some comments specific to modeling and backstop, some notes from CalCCA that modeling should help minimize that backstop, and some concerns from PG&E related to the modeling efforts and the potential for those modeling efforts to result in backstop procurement and cost allocation. Maybe the third category of stakeholder suggestions we received relate to demand response and backstop cost allocation. There's a current policy in place in which DR credits are counted kind of towards the showings. However, if there's any deficiency and costs need to be allocated through the cost allocation process, those credits are not counted, but only through the cost allocation process. And so some of the feedback received from CalCCA and EDAM on that topic included, either update your cost allocation rules to consider those credited resources, or have the CPUC update their rules to require anything that's credited to be shown on RA plans. EDAM only had the perspective to kind of reconsider that cost allocation point, and we may hear from them later in the panel on this point as well. Maybe I'll pause here and see if there are folks that wanted to either elaborate on these points, if there's points that I may have missed, or if there's any discussion from the working group. I see a hand raised from Brian Baker with MRP in the room.
Yeah, thank you. Anya, Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. I didn't read the comments, so I apologize, but can you elaborate what EGAP intended? Non-RA shouldn't be monitored for backstop. That seems kind of curt. I'm not exactly sure what it means.
I might defer to Public Generating Pool on this if they're on the line.
Yes, so the concern we had was regarding these analyses, the outcome of the analysis, we do not want that it could end up with some emergency procurement on top of what the CAISO is already doing with the CSP and the CPM process.
And Adeline, thanks for kind of clarifying the Pacific Gas and Electric perspective. I may have spoken kind of too quickly there, but if we do have someone from Public Generating Pool that wants to provide a little bit more background on kind of the tie-ins with non-RA. Oh yeah, no problem.
I don't see anyone in queue.
We might have to come back to that. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So this next slide reviews some of the recommendations to the ISO from the CPM enhancements initiative. And these were requests for broader reform than what was narrowly scoped in that initiative. And it felt relevant to bring that into this discussion since we are talking about those broader reforms. And some of the themes of feedback we heard were to explore changes to the derivation or structure of the soft offer cap, to potentially change the FERC formula that's used for cost recovery with those requests above the soft offer. There was a request to make some of those CPM designations mandatory instead of discretionary by some participants. And then there was a kind of fourth request related to, or theme of requests related to tie-ins with slice of day, and an ask that that the ISO backstop associated with, if there was a deficiency in certain hours as the CPUC transitions to slice of day. And maybe I'll do the same here and see if there's any kind of extra clarification that stakeholders want to make to some of these past suggestions in the CPM enhancements proposal.
Silas, do we have anyone on the phone only line?
No, there are no hands raised on the phone only line at this time.
Thanks.
All right, let's move to the next slide. So this third topic I wanted to cover is really a recap of a proposal that was made by the ISO in RA Enhancements Phase 1. This was a proposal that does have tie-ins with some of the current discussions, particularly around modeling. This isn't a current proposal of the ISO, but based on its relevance to working group discussion, we thought we'd kind of provide this background. So in that prior proposal, there was a look to understand how could the ISO understand if there was a deficiency in the ISO BAA. And there was a proposal to have a stochastic production simulation tool that would see and assess how could that monthly RA fleet from just a system RA perspective in the month ahead timeframe, could it be reliable? The thinking at the time was that approach kind of offered the best ability to assess the reliability of the BAA, considering load, wind, solar, and some of those historic outage profiles. And it assessed if the ISO could serve forecasted gross to net load peaks, if we'd be able to maintain adequate reserves and load following capability in that relevant compliance month. And I'll note from a deficiency perspective, it really looked at, was there an hour in which the ISO would have to call a stage 2 emergency, and stage 2 emergency would be when we would not be able to meet aggregate spin, non-spin, reg, and load requirements. I'll note that if there is a stakeholder push to bring back such a test, we recognize there would need to be much more work, kind of working out some of the details of this analysis and some of the interaction with bilateral RA markets. Next slide. I'll note some of the challenges observed by stakeholders at the time with the monthly portfolio deficiency test was using kind of probabilities to determine when backstop should occur. With that range of probabilities, there wasn't a clear yes or no regarding the adequacy of the portfolio. And I'll note that just going back to the goals of why this was offered in the first place, it was really to understand the adequacy of a given portfolio and how much capacity would be needed to backstop if it was determined the portfolio was inadequate in the month ahead timeframe, looking at system RA and the UCAP values for those system RA quantities. I'll pause there again for questions.
No questions at this time.
Okay. Well, then let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So I'll note, just as an update of some of the prior CPM initiatives, track 1 is currently on hold. There is some reassessment of some of the implementation issues associated with other implementation initiatives at the CAISO. And for CPM track 2, as I mentioned, FERC approved it last Thursday, and it will be implemented. Implementation is anticipated for June this year. All right, well, with that, I will turn things over to Abdul to review some of our analysis associated with CPM.
Thanks, Anya. Good morning, everyone. Just a quick background. So I think that there were requests from stakeholders and internally we discussed. I think it's useful for us to discuss how the CPM process decision making at the CAISO is done. Kind of what kind of the steps we follow to determine if we're going to do backstop or not, because the tariff gives us the authority to do so. Obviously, the triggers are clear, deficiency or other types of CPMs needs. However, what does the CAISO do to kind of get to that conclusion and trigger a designation and actually designate CPMs to some of the resources? And then also followed by some analysis, some historic data analysis that we thought it would be useful, and I think participants asked for as well. So next slide, please. Okay, so the process of CPM. Like I said, the trigger, what starts is one of the 6 types of CPM that Anya talked about. We have 6 types of CPM. Each one is for a specific cause. Deficiency CPM, for example, whether system, local, month ahead or year ahead, is straightforward, tied to a deficiency in the RA showings. And then there's other types of CPM that are triggered by other reasons. But once that trigger happens, let's say I'm gonna go with a month. When I talk about an example, I'm gonna use a month ahead system deficiency as an example. So let's say we have a month ahead system deficiency, meaning the CAISO, after all the showings came in, after T-30, the cure period is over, we collectively added up all the RA capacity that's shown by the LSCs and all of their obligations, and we still see an aggregated deficiency, a system month ahead deficiency. That immediately triggers the analysis and or this kind of process, which gives the CAISO the authority to do backstop. So we got the authority, we got the MA from the tariff that we can backstop. Now we follow some of the steps. And again, this is kind of high level discussion. I'm trying to explain on a high level. So some of the details you probably aren't going to see. But first thing is we want to see what is the reliability that can be met by the CPM, the reliability need. For example, like I said, is it a deficiency? Is it a system deficiency? What's going on? Is it a local deficiency? Do we have a significant event where there's much better, different assumptions that are being made here, or system conditions that weren't made in the RA program, in the RA assumptions that we need to backstop for, and it's causing a reliability need. So that's the first question. What is the reliability need that we're trying to achieve with the CPM? And then after that, probably the most challenging part of the process today is assessing the fleet, and specifically the non-RA fleet. If we have a system deficiency, we already know what's been shown to us. We know it's not enough to meet the system obligation. The question comes in after that is, what's not shown to the CAISO, which we're calling here non-RA, what's going on there? Is this, and that would help us determine what is the likelihood of having a reliability concern or issues in that month that we're targeting, or day, or whatever, or year, that depending on the type of CPM. So what is the status of the RA capacity? And because we don't have visibility into it, and that's one of the problem statements that you guys, and that we've been discussing during the stakeholder process, that creates a challenge for us. So we spend a lot of time internally assessing that non-RA fleet outside the contracting world, meaning we look at the outages, what's available, what's not on outage, and what is not shown and we think could be participating, could be actually being offered, could be reliable in operating in that, let's say, in that given month. Again, different types of CPM, so it depends on what type. The assessment could be different. And then another thing is we look at is, okay, let's say in this example, it's a month ahead deficiency. What is the system conditions that we expect next month? Because the RA assumptions are set, again, this is the CEC forecast based on 1 and 2. PRM assumptions, whatever they're made in the LRA world, accounting rules, whatever they're made. This is the assumptions in the RA world. But when we get closer, now we're, essentially we're a month ahead. We have a good idea of what's going on, or maybe a better idea of what does the system condition look like? Do we foresee reliability concerns, and what do they look like? And we consider that in part of our discussion and internal assessment. Again, we're trying to, the tariff gives us the authority to do it. It gives us the flexibility to trigger a CPM. So we're trying to be, responsible in that decision making. So these are the main kind of time consuming and, assessments that we have to do to figure out what's going on in the fleet and what do we need to meet the criteria to meet the reliability need. And then after that, once we determine, okay, we do have, this is perhaps a need that we should backstop for. Now we look at the CSP offers, and CSP offers, that's the second major challenge that we've been having. And I'm going to show you in the next few slides why, or the data. But the main reason is they've been drying up, especially in the summer months. CSP offers have been dropping to zero, and that's the challenge. I think, as Anya, reminded folks earlier, CPM can only be designated, with the exception of ED. Even for ED, I guess we offer, but they can reject. But CPM in general, it's based on voluntarily offers from the generators. We cannot force anyone to accept, or we cannot force anyone to go under a CPM contract. So if people don't voluntarily offer us CSP offers, whether through the CSP structure, which is what we start with, or as you've seen in the past, we solicit if we don't have enough offers in the CSP that are valid and meet the reliability criteria, then we move into soliciting. And as you guys probably saw last August, and when we did significant event CPMs, we solicit for additional offers. Again, it's all voluntarily. So if people don't offer us enough capacity, or if that capacity doesn't fulfill the need that we're looking for, then we don't have really an option to backstop, even if we wanted to. And then after we do all of that, again, I think I talked about the next step, which is soliciting outside the CSP process. We look at the soft offer cap, and that's how we do it. And then if needed, and we're not getting enough capacity, or we're getting capacity, but not necessarily meeting the reliability criteria that we set, we can reduce that or lower it if it's still beneficial for us to do so, and then maybe give us access to capacity that is useful for meeting that reliability criteria. After we do all of this, if we are successful in backstopping some resources, as we backstop, as we designate immediately, we send, we're talking about transparency from the CAISO side now, we send a market notice saying that we offer these resources, or we designated CPM to these resources, and we briefly talk about what's going on and what's the reason for the CPM. And then within a month, we post a report of all the designations and put in more details of what's happening. So that's kind of our transparency to the participants, public information. So just kind of to again, focus your attention to the main two challenges that we face in the CPM process: visibility into the non-RA fleet, that is one, and lack of offers, CSP offers. I think that's the two main challenges in actually triggering a CPM designation. Can we go to the next slide, please? I was going to pause right after this one. Actually, let me show you the data as well, and then I'll pause. CPM designation challenges. I think I talked about this, but we put it in its own slide because this is really, so for us to be able to know, effectively, do a CPM designation and backstop, we really need to look into what's the RA, what's offered to us, and, can we CPM, what capacity, what is the status of that capacity that's offered, and can it meet our need? The main problem, that we've been seeing, like I said, is the lack of visibility into the non-RA fleet. We've seen challenges in the past. If it's not shown to us, is it not under a contract and can we CPM it, or is it under a contract to an LSC and it will be offered to us anyway, or is it under an export contract, meaning it's offered to an LSC or an entity outside the CAISO BA, and we know it's going to be exported from our system. Or there are some operational challenges and the resource owner or the SC believe that the resource cannot offer more than the RA capacity that it already is shown for. So, and these are, operational challenges on the resource side. All of this, we don't have visibility into until we get into the soliciting and CPMing and trying to get capacity. So very beneficial, I think it would be to us, and it could expedite the process, streamline it better, make it more informative for us, is to have visibility into the non-RA capacity. Another problem I think we've talked about in the past, it's a huge problem, is the RA credits. Lack of visibility into the RA credit and the RA credits, and can we rely on it or not, and what kind of capacity is behind that credit. That's been a challenge. We've discussed it many times in some controversial PRRs that I'm not going to mention so I don't jinx this session. But there's a lot of discussions in the past. So that's another problem that we run into in the CPM designation process. This RA credit, what is it reliable? Can we rely on it or not? I am going to show you, before I get to the data, let me pause for questions to see. Adeline, you have a... Okay. All right. Let me go. Oh, on the line. Yes. Sorry. Questions on the line.
Yeah, can we unmute Mary Neal, please?
I just had a question on a previous slide, actually, about you had in there talking about system conditions compared to RA assumptions. And I'm just wondering if you could provide a couple examples of what system conditions may be different from RA assumptions that would trigger a backstop.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think one example that comes to mind, I think it was 2020, we triggered a significant event CPM. And one of the main reasons is we had a west-wide record-breaking heat wave. And that heat wave caused the forecast and the load to be much higher than what was assumed in the RA obligation, which is a 1 and 2. So the forecast and the load exceeded the 1 and 2 because of that heat wave. So I think that's one example of what assumption changes in the RA world versus kind of when we get closer to real time. Anya?
You wouldn't know that on a month ahead basis, right? Is there like something you would know on a month ahead basis?
Month ahead, again, similarly, we have our own forecasting team. We consult with them on how we expect them, next month forecast looks like. And then internally, even the assumptions in the internal fleet, for example, if we have, like now we have a really good hydro year, the fleet might be shown at a historical lower level, but when we're approaching that month, we can, it's fair to assume and our kind of, not just assume based on our discussion and analysis and input and data into the RA or the hydro fleet, we expect more or a higher hydro output. Therefore, we expect them to produce more than we would assume that they would produce based on their shown RA capacity. So that's another example from a capacity side perspective.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, since we're back on these slides. So what I understand is, because what I don't understand actually is the way you deal with the CPM. Is it first RA deficiency, then significant event, or exceptional dispatch? It's do you look like at all at the same time? Because when I look at the first row, okay, so that's why you consider a non-RA immediately.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, right, we look at so the first row is talking about what kind of trigger is causing this CPM need. And that's why when we identify the reliability need, the trigger could cause a different reliability. So if we have a system deficiency, then the main reliability need is really procuring enough or additional system capacity to meet that, aggregated system need. If the reliability need, like I said, maybe it was a heat wave that was not, that's much higher than what was assumed in the RA assumptions, and we trigger a significant event, then the reliability need could be different. I think a few years back, 21, I want to say, the significant event also was triggered by lack of capacity in the net peak hour, and we saw that in our stack analysis. So a reliability need, for example, and when we set the minimum criteria at that time, what kind of resources do we need in that hour that is operational in that hour that help us meet the minimum reliability criteria. But what we also do is let's say we're doing a month ahead CPM and we had previously issued a significant event and we procured capacity. We consider that in the process. We have additional capacity that is procured, that is not in the monthly showings, but it is procured and it's eligible for the CAISO and we have paid for it already. So we consider that capacity in our criteria and determining if if an additional CPM is needed or not. Similarly, if we need the resource in previously, or if we think EDing a resource that would suffice in meeting a specific need right now and would cover. Some of those exceptional dispatches go for 60 days. So we might have already ED'd some resources and they're helping us in meeting even a system need because they would count for that in the RA, in the CAISO assessment. I think you have a question. Oh. All right. Next question, Brian.
Yeah. Hey, Abdul. Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. The ISO's authority to designate under CPM is discretionary.
Right.
And so it's possible that, well, let me just ask the question. The circumstances, can you talk about what circumstances would lead the ISO to not designate if there was a demonstrated deficiency in month-ahead showings?
All of these really. So if we look into a month and we have a deficiency, especially if it's a smaller deficiency, and we see in our assessment, and let's say an abundance of non-RA capacity that could potentially be offered to us, or if we see that the assumptions that were made in the RA process, maybe the forecast was unusually high, and we see that the next month, system conditions look more optimistic, then we could defer and we say, okay, we're not going to do a month ahead CPM. It's perhaps unnecessary in this case. And if things change and we need to get additional capacity, we always have access to the intra-monthly kind of types that could fill in any unexpected condition changes.
Thanks. I'm sorry, I'm going to probably put words in your mouth, so please refute this if you think I am. So it sounds like the ISO could do an assessment, and if it believes there's an abundance of non-RA capacity, it would forego making a CPM designation. So in that circumstance, wouldn't the ISO essentially be relying on non-RA capacity to maintain reliability at the level the RA program is supposed to provide?
That's possible.
So just before you presented on the potential deficiency portfolio, so is the idea that will you still have like the CPM process designation, but maybe like separated differently if it's RA deficiency or something else? Or because you kind of do an assessment of the portfolio deficiencies for the CPM process. because the first authority you have is to look at potentially annual deficiency, monthly deficiency. So do you have any
Yeah, you
idea
mean
of
like
direction
the
you want to go
order?
there?
You mean the order of things? Yeah, definitely. So an Eurohead deficiency would start first because of the timeline, for sure. And then the next in order, it would be a month ahead deficiency or a month ahead assessment. Like I said, there's few instances, and then we go into intra-monthly where we talk about significant event and ED. There are instances where, an ED, like a local ED for 60 days could potentially trigger a CPM designation that goes into a month that we have not assessed yet because it's a 60-day. If it's a local need, it's a 60-day designation. And then similarly with significant event, a significant event is when we declare it, it lasts for 30 days, but we can extend it for 60 more days, as I recall. So that could potentially go into months in the future. So if we did that, when we get to the month ahead process and we're determining if a month ahead CPM is needed, we're looking into these CPM designations that preceded the determination that we're making. A year ahead is easier because in the year ahead process, we actually, if we do a CPM, we give the LSEs credit for the CPM that we procure. So it counts automatically in the showings. So it's pretty straightforward. In the year ahead impact on all of the on the monthly deficiency CPM is pretty straightforward because there's credits allocated. But the other types of CPM don't result in CPM credits. That's why we're just looking at the capacity and accounting for it and determining if we should trigger a CPM and how much should we procure additionally. Did that make sense? All right. Any questions, Isabel? Oh, Partha.
I might jump in. I want to go back to Brian's conversation with you. Maybe it's a question for you on this. So Brian, you kind of alluded to that we might be relying on non-RA capacity. I think we're well aware of in the market conditions that we're having, what is non-RA capacity today, and that some of it might be depends on from whose perspective. From the LSE perspective, it might be fully RA capacity. It might not be shown to us, or from a backstop capacity. So at least in terms of, the processes our operations run, having, making assumptions that just because it's non-RA that we're going to have access to it. I don't think anyone would here feel comfortable with the tightness of today's market, making a blanket assumption of that effect. But does that sound right? So I don't think it's
very good. Yes.
The way you're describing it is just leaning on non-RA capacity. I don't think that would be how I would describe it. It might be more of having knowledge that it's, but I don't know if, David, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, thanks, Partha. Brian Thaker with Middle River. I appreciate the complication. I'll just note in the backstop process, it's pretty binary when you've got a requirement and you've got a showing. I agree that what did you meet the requirement or not? But I also agree it's a complication that LSEs may have contracted with capacity that for various reasons didn't show. And I'm empathetic to the ISO's desire to get as much shown as possible so they fully appreciate what the true state of the RA fleet is out there. Now, having said that, I think my colleague wants to weigh in, so I'm going to turn to Noah.
Sorry, this is Noah Tom from Middle River. I was going to correct what is in my mind, what I heard of Brian saying. I personally don't think it's sort of reliance on the non-RA fleet at that particular time. It's simply the ISO is making a judgment call on whether or not a 5, 10, 50 megawatt deficiency on the month ahead process or a year ahead process, whether or not they need to trigger a CPM at that time for deficiency purposes. Knowing, even though they may look at the amount of non-RA capacity that's available, regardless of whether it's contracted or not, at that time, that they essentially just sort of kick the can down the road a little bit until real time, in which they are triggering an exceptional dispatch at that point. It's no longer really an RA deficiency. And then the question is, well, were they leaning? It's not, I don't think at that point, because at the time of the month ahead showing and the determination of the CPM, since they haven't issued any cost allocation, there's no real leaning on the non-RA fleet, but they're hoping that it still exists by the time it gets to real time. And then at that point, the exceptional dispatch comes in on sort of the, RUC cost, CPM. And if it's a non-RA, then you're paying for the RUC, and then it triggers the exceptional dispatch for either local or system immediately. And then at that point, it's just you got it for, you're getting it for X amount of dollars that was offered into the CSP now, and that prolongs it into a particular, 30 to 60 days, or you could have done it 45 days in advance, something like that.
So thank you. I think I've just undergone a hostile cross-examination by my own attorney.
That's even a better outcome. I don't know, David, do you?
Yeah, so I think I just wanted to really put a nail in the coffin of this idea of leaning. I think the way we'd say it is that, the leaning would happen if we are looking at that not, contracted capacity exists. And then if we give it an ED and then don't designate it for CPM, that's the leaning, that we're just seeing what's there, what could potentially be subject to ED. And then if we give it an ED and it's non-RA, then that would get the CPM. And so that, the absence of that CPM would then, I think, fairly be considered leaning. But I think that's the existing process, and it covers that concern. And so, you could argue that it is just by looking at it and knowing that it's there, and that gives us comfort not to give a month ahead deficiency CPM. I mean, I think maybe depending on who you are, you could think of that as leaning or not. I think under the existing processes and how this has all worked, and I think the ISO wouldn't view that as leaning. And if, you do, then I think that's just sort of a difference of opinion, and partly on what does the word leaning mean, but sort of the way things are set up now and have accepted and have been accepted and how they've worked to this point, that isn't within the term leaning as far as we'd understand it. But you could debate that, and maybe that's a long debate to have as the CPM issues go forward.
Yeah, David, I mean, I kind of would agree on the terminology of leaning. I think in my mind, it's sort of taking advantage of the fact that the existing fleet will be there at the time you need it, without an expectation of procurement from the ISO many days in advance. One question I had in your wording there, is there a step in between in which you are dispatching a non-RA resource, but then not exceptionally dispatching? I thought it was if you're dispatching like rucking a non-RA resource, it automatically goes to exceptionally dispatch CPM.
If we exceptionally dispatch a resource, it would automatically trigger a CPM offer.
Yeah, okay.
And then yeah. If we exceptionally dispatch non-RA capacity, right?
Yeah.
That
would
hasn't
automatically
bid into
trigger
the
a
market.
That's
voluntarily.
correct, yes.
So if that non-RA that we've looked out and seen it's there, if they're voluntarily bidding into the energy market day to day, and they happen to submit a voluntary offer into RUC, and we RUC it, well, that's just a market dispatch. But yeah, it's once the ED comes in on the non-RA capacity, that's when, under the existing rules, the offer of a CPM would kick in.
Right.
Okay, we have a couple hands in queue online, so let's go to Kyle Novice first.
Public Advocate's Office. I have two quick questions and then maybe a slightly longer third one. So first, two are just, do you always solicit CSP offers every month? So is that just like a standing open solicitation? And then the second question is, do backstop offers necessarily have to come from inside CAISO?
Okay, so the first question, soliciting CSP offers. Let me I think when we solicit outside CSP, that's as a need basis if we don't have enough offers. But the CSP offer window, an opportunity to offer, is open on specific timelines. We have specific timelines that are posted for offering CSP bids into the annual, monthly, or intramonthly processes. That's open, and that's, like I said, is voluntarily for generators to participate in. That's always available within those windows. I think when I said previously, when I said solicit, I meant solicit beyond what is offered already for additional offers if we need to, if we didn't get enough offers or we didn't get any offers, and we determined that we want to backstop, then we solicit outside of that. And then that solicitation process, it's usually limited to specific timelines or specific need that we announce in a market notice.
Okay, so then the graphs that we've been looking at on 27 or 26, I guess, those reflect the processes that are always open and available. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. And then, oh, I forgot your second question. Sorry.
Second question was, do backstop offers have to come from inside CAISO necessarily?
Oh, no, not necessarily. We imports could be eligible for offering into CSP.
Okay. And then last question is on this first step on the chart up here. I guess I just have more questions if you could provide a little more detail on how you do the analysis to evaluate whether there is a deficiency. So, like, is that a deterministic process? What kind of resource counting are you using? Are you using NQCs? Are you looking at any kind of like hourly capacity valuations at like hour ending 19, hour ending 20, and so on? Could you just say a little more about that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends, but when we talk about a deficiency, that's the most classic kind of trigger, a deficiency analysis. That one is, it's pretty straightforward, kind of stacking mathematical exercise where we stack all the shown RA capacity in the monthly showings, if it's a monthly process. So whatever we have in Sierra, our tool, we stack them on top of each other. We single value. Today, we don't have hourly values. So it's a single shown RA value stacked on top of each other. That's the total RA. And that is compared to the, again, the stacking of all the LSCs forecast plus their PRM minus the credits, all stacked up, aggregated. That gives us the target. And then we compare it with RA showings. And that, for example, when we're looking at a system deficiency, that's how we're doing the evaluation.
Okay, thanks. And then do you do any adjustment to the RA resource counting, given that there is some variation between the different LRAs in your side of the analysis?
The adjustments to the counting we do when we set the NQC list. When we were creating the NQC list, if we get different QC values from different LRAs, we have a process to adjust it accordingly. But that's it. Once it's set, that is the reference for that given year. And in this process, we don't make further adjustments.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Abdul.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right, we have 2 more questions in queue. Let's go to Perry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Perry Servideo from CISA. I just wanted to first thank you guys for sharing this information. We've been asking for it. It's really good to start to have a discussion on what's going on behind the curtain here after a CPM is triggered via the tariff. So really happy you guys are providing an opportunity for us to all talk about this. The next thing I wanted to talk about, so it's clear that, and you said it clearly, that the tariff first, it allows the CAISO to designate a CPM if there's a deficiency in the showings. And then what we're talking about here is this analysis that you do after that point to see, do we really need to do a CPM? Is it justified, et cetera? And I really see that decision, the way you've described it here, as it has kind of 2 parts, if you will. First is the known stuff, And then second is the unknown stuff. So and I'd like to focus this conversation on the not the significant event CPMs, just compliance related CPMs here. And in that set of known stuff, what I heard was that you could look at the hydro fleet, and we know that the QC and the NQC of the hydro fleet may be lower than what you're expecting it to be able to produce a month. And that seems reasonable to me, as long as that hydro fleet is fully committed to CAISO, regardless of the megawatt value that it's contracted for or sold for RA. So that seems fine. The second thing that I heard within the known category is you may be looking at an up-to-date forecast, right? So you're no longer looking at just the monthly version of the 1 and 2. You could have information to say, here's what next month's really looking like, given up-to-date information right now. And you may see that the month is looking like it's going to come in lighter than the 1 and 2 forecast. So there's two things there. One on the resource side, the hydro. Next, on the load side, that could cause the CAISO to say, you know what? Yes, we're 100 megawatts short, but given this new information on the known side, we may not need to CPM in this upcoming month. And that's all just CAISO looking out for what's the actual reliability condition that it's undergoing. Did I get that part right on the known side, or is there something else you could be looking at within the known category?
I think you got a good summary. There's more stuff. Like I said, I didn't get into everything we do, all the details, but I think you got a good understanding, Perry.
Those to me seem to be like the two biggies, right? Because if the load forecast is going to come in lower, or if hydro is going to really be pumping, then sure, as long as it's all contracted and committed with a must offer, that's fine. Now on the unknown side, and this is the side that I think Brian and Noah were getting into, there's this. What I'm hearing is there's a visibility sort of issue where we're talking about non-RA, and I wanted to just see if I got this right, because the way that I've seen it is, if you think about, it depends on what you mean by non-RA actually. So non-RA to CAISO, does that just mean not on an RA and supply plan versus might be contracted as RA, we just can't see it? Is that what you mean when you say non-RA, or are you going all the way towards not on a supply plan and not contracted, where you may in some way look at that sort of resources as helping you on the resource side? Or are you trying to do this sort of fuzzy math on what you're expecting, that's actually contracted?
Non-RA simply means NQC minus RA on supply plans. If you want the exact detail, that's what non-RA is.
Okay, so it has been qualified, but it's not on a supply plan. And then within that, within that group, that could either be contracted or not contracted. And that's what I heard you saying. That's where the decision sort of gets trickier, which to me seems like the trickier side of these two sides of this decision.
Exactly. And even if it's contracted, what kind of contract is it? Is it to serve load, or is it export? And then one more thing that we know is available. There's another thing that we talk about internally: available non-RA, which accounts for outage derates. So maybe that non-RA is just on outage simply, and it's not available. So that we have access to, because we can see the submitted.
Yeah, it can be NQC minus supply plan minus of what's left, what's on outage, or what's not on outage, really is.
What's not on outage, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. And that's okay, so that's at least a number you can determine. Okay, this is helpful. It's always puzzled me what it could be other than, sort of like a hydro resource condition I still though tend to agree with Brian and Noah that I understand it gets tricky there, but you're kind of walking although Partha sort of clarified, I guess I'll take that. He clarified that you're not really trying to lean on the
Right.
non-contracted capacity.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
And then just one last thing. I just have to put this nit in there related to the export. I think you already have the tariff and potentially the capability to see export RA. At least I recall it being in the tariff. So if you do have a contracted resource where some of it's been sold outside, there's a way for someone to show the CAISO export RA, I believe. But you could correct me if I'm wrong on that.
We can see, I think you mean non-RA, export non-RA. We can't tell what capacity is going to be exported. We can tell if a resource is, if a resource wants to be, I think it's priority export, they have to set that flag and we can see it. And that tells us that this resource could potentially export some of its non-RA capacity.
Oh,
That's
okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that flag is, I think it's a 7-day flag. I'm not the expert. It's a master file flag, but even with that flag, we don't know how much of that non-RA will be exported, you know, if any. So it just gives them that capability to do so. So it's not very useful for us in this process specifically.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. Maybe if David's there, he could enlighten me. But I think that separate from that, that's a good point. But separate from that, I believe there's a way for resources on supply plans and LSEs on RA plans to show what is called export RA as of the showing of that plan. Now that might have been stripped out of the tariff recently, but at least I think that capability is there, which would make me not so worried about the export RA side of this. But I'm like I said, I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, I'm not aware of such capability, Perry. So it would be awkward if we had it and I didn't know. But I don't know if it's something all
It used to.
about.
It used to be in the tariff. Maybe it came. Maybe that.
Well,
that
we have a discussion in the tariff about export RA, but what you're talking about as a process, I'm not aware of. David?
Yeah, no, Perry, when you were describing that, I was thinking you were maybe talking about the wheeling priority for internal non-RA that's committed as capacity to an external BAA. There's that. I don't know if you're thinking that, or you're thinking of something that's so old I don't even remember it. Which,
it's possible.
It's great that we have so many old friends.
Yeah.
On these meetings that can remind us of what we did. Even though the current folks can't even remember it. But so yeah, maybe you're recalling something from the past. But yeah, it sounded to me like you were just what you were describing was actually the mirror of the capacity committed externally that then registers and lets us know the ISO, hey, this internal resource is committed to capacity outside, and then they register and they get certain higher priority access for wheeling out. So there's that. And then internal, so an internal resources is providing RA to the CAISO is also capable of exporting the energy out. And then there's certain, provisions about how we can, cut that export to serve internal ISO load because it's committed RA, but it on an hour by hour basis, if it wants to export the energy, it's allowed, but then there's certain like recall rights and stuff like that. So that's sort of the scope of those things. It didn't make sense. Even the concept of, what you were describing sounded like you're saying it's an internal CAISO resource that is providing RA to the CAISO, but it's also providing capacity externally, which that wouldn't be right because then that's double counting. So it sounded like you were describing something that
no, it's not. It wouldn't be double counting. You could do it, or you could just commit the whole resource outside of CAISO, in which case marking it as export RA would let CAISO know that. But you could be committing half the resource, say to CAISO, and half to an external BAA.
Yeah. Okay. That's right. That makes sense.
Leave the double accounting. No double thing. That's
understood.
Yep. All right. Thanks for that. And again, thanks for this good discussion on this topic.
Thank you, Perry, for the feedback.
All right, we have another hand in queue from Bonnie Blair.
Bonnie Blair. I work with the Six Cities group. You mentioned a while ago, before that last discussion, that import resources can submit offers into the CSP. Does an import resource have to identify or attach a MIC allowance to a CSP offer?
Yes, that is correct. They need to secure MIC to be able to offer into CSP.
Okay, okay. Thanks for the clarification.
You're welcome. Oh, Isabella, are we ready to go back in the room, or do you have still fun? Okay, Brian. Not Brian, Noah, sorry. You guys were fighting so much, I lost track of who's.
Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. No, Tom from Middle River. So, I think Perry's conversation with you sort of highlights an issue here. The ISO seems to make a distinguishment here, or distinguishes on whether or not a non-RA capacity is shown, not shown on the supply plan, is contracted versus not contracted. I'd like to dig into that. Why does that matter? It's non-RA. Like, it's really not, that piece shouldn't matter to you guys at all. It's really just the incentive that you guys would like to provide to get such capacity to be offered into the CSP.
Yeah, I think, Noah, you're talking about the concept of should we, when we say we are reliable, should we stick to only shown RA capacity and make no assumptions outside what is shown? Or should we be flexible and look into what is potentially available to help us meet reliability, but it is not shown as RA? And I think I don't have an answer because it's a fair discussion. I think that's probably a good one to have when we run the policy discussion. I think we've had it in the past. Right now, the tariff gives us the flexibility to CPM, and because we have that flexibility, we're trying our best to be responsible in, triggering that authority and procuring additional capacity. And in doing so, we're trying to secure or assess the reliability need for it. But I'm going to show you in the next few slides, the biggest challenge is really whether we want to CPM or not, we need CSP offers to do so. So, and that's really, if we focus the challenges, it's really those two, CSP offers and CAISO visibility into the non-RA fleet. But if you're saying CAISO should not look at the non-RA fleet, then that might simplify. Then we can focus the problem to the CSP offer.
I'm saying that
Yeah.
you shouldn't look as to why non-RAs, how certain non-RA capacity is the types of non-RA capacity in your minds, I guess. It's simply how does the ISO provide incentives to get more capacity to be offered into its CSP?
Partha?
It might be worth discussing sort of nuances of different product types. I think, Abdul, when you're focusing on, you're probably thinking more about the system CPM designations. Like, I think a different discussion might be had on some of the challenges and complications of local, to a degree that we have a local deficiency in some of the information that our operations team sees in the local processes and then the options available. So that might be sort of a different discussion as well. But yeah, I feel like it's probably worth discussing going forward.
But they're generally in the same, same grouping, right? I see annually when the ISO puts out its local deficiency or sufficiency analysis, it says, hey, this local area is deficient. Please let us know if something's under contract and that you haven't shown it. To me, why does that sort of matter? It's not shown. it's non-RA, it's to you get to the ISO, it's non-RA. So if the ISO has a deficiency, then CPM it.
Again, I mean, I think it's a principle kind of question. And right now, because we have the flexibility, we're trying to be as effective, reliability kind of in mind, with reliability in mind, and kind of watching out for economic consequences. But we have the flexibility. That's the thing, Noah. So it's fair. I mean, you're saying even if it's contracted by an LSC to serve its load inside the CAISO, we shouldn't count it, and we should only count it if it's shown to us. You could say that, but then the LSC can come in and say, no, CAISO, count it. And I'll tell you where it is. I'm just not going to show it. And that's because other problems in the RA program, which is the consequences of showing resources when it comes to substitutions and rain penalties. I think must offer obligation is fair. That's a consequence that no one should avoid, because that's the intent of the RA program, is to offer into the CAISO market. But because of those RAIM and substitution rules, people are saying, as an LSC1, I met my obligation. I'm not going to give you the excess because there's consequences to that. And it could be contracted in a way where the consequences are carried by the LSC instead of the generator. And so whatever the decision they're making in that process, I think, we don't have, there is no, well, I think I made my point. Go ahead.
What you've just said is the ISO has a deficiency. It asked an LSC or LSCs whether or not they have surplus capacity that they
we didn't.
That's non-RA.
I'm just saying theoretically. We don't.
I'm also saying theoretically.
Yeah, we don't go to LSCs and say what
No, you do. On your letter to the LSCs, you call and you ask the LSCs to tell you whether or not such local capacity is contracted and or owned, and therefore it'll be there for the summer. And this sort of goes to Brian's point of using the term leaning here. But what you've created by and when you find that information out for such non-RA capacity, you and you do not CPM for a deficiency, you've essentially created LSC to LSC leaning by giving one LSC that's deficient the ability to not procure up to its local requirements because another LSC may have surplus RA that's not shown. That's what you guys have just created.
I'll have to look at that. You're talking about the year ahead market notice after we do the initial assessment that triggers the cure period. I'll have to check the language. I don't recall us saying that, but I'm sure you probably reviewed it before the meeting.
Having worked many years at an IOU, I will tell you.
All right.
Receiving end, yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you, Noah. That's good feedback. Brian in the room, yeah.
Yeah, this will be quick, Abdul. First of all, I just want to echo Perry's appreciation for this conversation because it surfaced a lot of nuance and a lot of issues and certainly a lot of perspective that we need to see about the plight you're in. But I would just point out this conversation, I think, highlights the interrelatedness of all of these aspects of policies, and it just highlights the challenge in trying to deal with RA issues in a silo. But great discussion, so thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. You just showed up. All right, Perry just showed up in the room, guys. So we're in trouble. Go ahead, Perry.
No, this is Perry Servideo, CISA. One consideration just on this last topic, I think, is that a load serving entity could be holding more capacity for reasons of needing it for substitution or
that's right,
if they have, that supply under their portfolio as well. So that's another sort of complicating factor here. So one thing to consider is if that matters within the CPM decision, the fact that they've essentially have it earmarked for substitution purposes rather than being actually available to, or that CAISO could potentially be thinking that they would have that available to them. If it truly is an issue about visibility into that and that's technically non-RA, but they're holding it for substitution purposes. You could, one thing you could consider doing is having some kind of pre-registration of substitution capacity along the timelines of the within your timeline. I'm not saying go there, but that's something that could give you that visibility and into what's out there that's contracted. It must be contracted, if they're holding it for substitution purposes,
yeah,
etc. So
I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a good. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff. I didn't get into all the details, but yeah, what is for secured for substitution and therefore not shown is also could be part of that discussion.
Abdul.
Yeah. Oh, Ansel. Yeah.
Yes. Ansel Lundberg with Kaiso. I just wanted this discussion made me think of Kyle from the Public Advocate's Office first question about if we always have a CSP open. I just wanted to confirm, Kyle, that we only do a CSP if we've identified a need, right? So that it's a discretionary solicitation. Is that right, Abdul?
So the actual offering in CSP, it's open regardless of the decision making.
Okay, so it's a rolling.
And it precedes our kind of window. Usually the CSP offers happens before we kind of decide if we want a CPM. That's why when we're deciding to CPM, the window had closed for whatever that CPM type we're trying to do, and we should have those offers. But what happens after the decision is this additional solicitation, for the unoffered.
Right.
Whatever is unoffered, that's when it comes after, we solicit for it afterwards.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, we have
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we have 3 questions in queue.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric Little.
Just on this last topic, I want to express that Cal CCA has been supportive of more information being provided publicly about the status of the RA fleet. It's not just a CPM issue, it's an RA issue. So if there's resources that are being held by people for substitution while others are unable to meet RA compliance requirements and the ISO is unable to meet CPM, we need to understand why people are holding those types of quantities and causing that type of difficulty. And if the answer is even if those were offered, there still isn't enough capacity, that needs to be known as well. So I do think that we ought to be doing a better job of examining the data and taking a look and making publicly available the information so that everybody can see exactly what's going on in terms of capacity space. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Excellent points and noted. Yep, appreciate it.
Okay, let's unmute Tony Zimmer.
The discussion. I know we're not necessarily taking positions, and this is Tony Zimmer from Northern California Power Agency, but.
Oh, Tony, we can't hear you that well. Can you either speak up or maybe move the mic closer to your mouth?
Yeah, can you hear me a little bit better now? Or?
A little bit better, yes. Thank you.
Okay, great. This is Tony Zimmer from Northern California Power Agency. Thanks for the discussion. And I agree with your comment that the discretion provided in the ISO tariff, to the extent that were revisited, that is a policy discussion, because just to provide kind of a balanced perspective, NCPA believes that it's very important for the California ISO to have some level of discretion to make operational decisions, because we live in a very dynamic environment and the system conditions are changing each and every day. And so we think it's important that the California ISO maintain some level of discretion to make the right operating decision to ensure that, one, it has the capacity it needs to support reliability of the system, but also does not engage in unneeded backstop procurement that would ultimately increase the cost for ratepayers. And just to clarify, based on the discussion previously about the coordination of the deficiency notices, it seemed to be implied that the California ISO sends out a letter and then has some type of discussion with the LSEs to basically say, hey, are you going to be there or not? And, again, it sounds like we're all working to check the details of that communication, but I don't think it actually is that case. Just to clarify, the ISO issues a letter that identifies a deficiency and notifies LSEs that they have the option to show more capacity on their RA plans by a certain deadline. Otherwise, the ISO may engage in backstop procurement. So as I recall, there aren't any kind of side discussions between the ISOs and LSCs as to what they're agreeing to show or not. It's just a notification that you have the opportunity to show more, and that will be factored into the decision. So I just want to make sure that clarity was provided as we continue the discussion, but thanks for the opportunity to provide some comments.
Thank you, Tony. Excellent feedback. Really appreciate it.
Next question is from Peter Griffiths.
This is Peter. Can you hear me?
Yes, Peter. Good morning.
Yeah, I guess the question I have is that to what degree has some of the CPUC's policies played into effect in setting the parameters of the CPM and the CPM designations? In particular, the IOUs have a least cost dispatch obligation that is imposed by the PUC. And a lot of the way that least cost dispatch requirement is fulfilled is through making sure that resources are bid into the market, whether they are RA or not RA. And so I guess the question is with the fact that we have fewer and fewer resources that are under the IOU control or meeting IOU load, to what degree does the policies that the ISO have about CPMing and thinking about RA need to be adjusted for the fact that you're getting more and more resources being shown or perhaps not being shown that do not have a must offer obligation or at least cost dispatch obligation. So I guess that's my general question is to what degree does that play into the thinking, or should it play into the thinking?
Thank you, Peter. I think, I agree with you. I think that you're probably talking about the resources that are procured but not shown to the CAISO.
Correct.
You're right, and that's part. I think that's part of this this transparency issue that we, the challenge of this transparency issue and the challenge that some folks here talked about, which is, should we look at the non-shown fleet and do we have visibility into it and what kind of visibility we have? So I think that's part of the problem, and that's why I think historically we wanted all capacity procured by the LSCs to be shown and to be part of the CAISO showings, RA plan, supply plan showing, so we can see it, so it's subject to the must offer obligation. But obviously, you've probably seen the engagement and discussions from the CAISO at the PUC proceedings, and there's a lot of back and forth into that, but I think it's very relevant in this discussion, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know that I have very much to add other than the fact that I think it needs to probably be at least considered and thought of, because in the past, the ISO has been able to rely on non-RA shown capacity as being in the market and therefore feeding into the CPM discussion as capacity that would be available because it would be participating in the market.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of this analysis then into the non-RA fleet. And if we have information that tells us if this capacity will be offered it to the CAISO in the market to meet the CAISO load, aka the LSC's load, then definitely we would consider it in this analysis. But that doesn't. But that still shines the light on that problem of non-RA and whether we have visibility or not. It's non-RA, it's not showing the supply plan. So there's that challenge of even though maybe the LSC or the PUC or someone have it under contract to offer in the CAISO market, it's not in the CAISO systems that it's must offer obligation capacity. It's not subject to the CAISO's tariff rules. So I think we've historically said, the preference is that we want things to go on supply plans, so it's subject to the CAISO tariff. And we can subject it to must offer obligation, and all the other rules, substitution rules, bid insertion rules. So if that's what you're getting into, Peter, then I think, yeah, that's one of the challenges that we've been having.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say, I think that is part of the issue is that in the past and the rules that exist have relied on, to some degree, the least cost dispatch requirement. And there's more and more of the capacity in the system, in the ISO system, that is not required to show that or to do that. So I think it's something that should probably be thought about in terms of the wider discussion about what changes need to be made. And the fact that we are moving to a world where there is just less certainty that there will be capacity in the market.
Totally.
So thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Peter.
Peter, before Peter drops, can I ask a couple follow-up questions? And maybe just I want to make sure I understand your positions and your questions. So one was, your first was with respect to basically contracted resources and the historical practice that, I'll just say for PG&E and for yourselves, all the resources you had under contract were sort of subject to least cost dispatch to be bid in the market. And that was part of your assertion at the end. That was basically like maybe that practice should be revisited of whether or not we're relying on that versus offering CPMs to, associate with deficiencies and not relying on those resources. I understand. Is that your first sort of position you were taking, Peter?
Well, I was really just trying to highlight the fact that a good bit of the backdrop that where these policies were formed was in a realm where there was probably greater certainty that capacity that was not only contracted by the IOUs but also owned by the IOUs would actually be in the market. And I think to some degree, the fact that the change in the retail structure is such that there isn't that same assurance that the capacity will be in the market that is not necessarily being shown. So it's Parth, I'm not sure what the implications are exactly. I think it is something that we need to be thinking about, and how that factor played into what the rules are and how the rules need to change, given the fact that there is less capacity that's required to play in the market, or at least to be shown in the market.
Yep. That might it might be a clarification that like Eric Little, what could maybe you could help weigh in on, or Lauren if she's on the call. Like it sounds like what you're saying is that like it's not, is it really a matter of sort of the way the contracts are signed, that they may be signed as like what I'll describe as RA only. And so it might be sort of with the third party that doesn't have those same least cost dispatch obligations associated with it. Is that what you're sort of alluding to in terms of, is that the change you're talking about in terms of the structure?
It's part of the change. I would argue to some degree a good bit of the RA program was developed when most of the arrangements were tolling arrangements. And I think the tolling arrangements provide an incentive for the contract holder of the LSC essentially to pay attention both to what the RA requirement is, as well as what the impact is on the market and the energy prices, because tolling arrangements offered a whole lot of hedging flexibility. The fact that there are probably fewer tolling arrangements now and a lot more RA only arrangements sort of speaks to the fact that the mechanisms that we're using were developed in a time when the predominant mechanism was a tolling arrangement. That said, certainly the RPS requirements play into that as well, because the RPS requirements are energy quantity requirements and not necessarily RA or market participating arrangements. So I think there are just changes that have been made, and I guess it's a good thing that we're taking a look at this and saying, okay, how should this be working with the type of capacity that we have on the market, both the controllable capacity that must bid and the sort of less controllable capacity that that we traditionally have made relatively easy to participate and to get paid for. And essentially what I'm referring to is the renewables.
Thanks, Peter.
Isabella, back to you for any questions.
No other questions in queue at this time.
All right, thank you. Okay, I forgot which slide. So 2 slides in advance, please. I think that's where. Yeah, thank you. All right, so the next 2 slides are basically historic data showing over the past 5 years all the intended CSP offers that we received. And this includes all types of offers, annual, monthly, or intra-monthly. And this is by megawatts. And as you can see, in 2020, starting 2020, and since then, we, especially for the summer months, it essentially dried out. We haven't been getting CSP offers through the process, the kind of the recurring process. So that's why when we did significant events in 2020, 21, and I think month ahead in 23 August, we had to solicit for capacity. So that's the main challenge, or one of the main challenges with, because now, even if we decided, like I said, even if we decided to backstop, this is our pool, and our pool is dry. So next slide, please. This is, again, the trends, but this is by price. So I think you can see price, again, offers are drying up. Maybe people are offering in the off-peak months at a competitive price. But as you probably have seen in the past 5 years, the summer is where we need that capacity mostly. And as you can see, we don't really have these offers. And then before I go to the next slide, let me take, I think the next slide is the hub prices. Can you go one more slide, please? Oh, that one, okay. All right, let's go back, please. Let me, oh, you want to take it before the questions? Or should we open for questions?
I don't think that this slide is a slide so the next, if you want to flip one forward.
Yeah.
We just cover really fast. It's really just sort of, this slide has been shared before. I think most people we've already had sort of good discussions around it, but when I shared this is sort of highlighting sort of the data, associated with the hub prices, and really just showed that, RA prices within, this is for the, I think the 16-hour block energy product, but, the implicit capacity price across the West has gone up, by multiple folds over the last couple of years, and that, LCCA sort of within their comments, as well as sort of speaking up at various meetings, have sort of highlighted that, we've seen a, 5-10-fold increase plus in RA prices, in a variety of months. And there's lots of public data on that. So I think what was really alluding to is that tie-in of, what is, we're trying to make explicit what a lot of people here probably are finding fairly straightforward or obvious, is that, part of the drivers that we're assuming is that either it's the case where all the capacity has been, already sold in some of these months, or to whatever degree that we're seeing capacity available, there's opportunity cost to sell it at prices that are significantly above our CPM soft offer cap. And so I think that's sort of the tie-in that we've alluded to. Maybe we can go back to the previous slide.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. I think we just wanted to show the data that people requested. I think the main thing we can conclude is we're not getting enough, or we're not getting offers when we need them. But obviously you can draw your own conclusions, and there are many that can be drawn from here. So let me pause for questions.
Just one question on there. So when you look quickly at this graph, that is the offers you got, and the previous one was the megawatts. Seems like some mismatch.
What's the mismatch?
Like look, 22 June, you have an offer or some offers. Is that the price you get? But if you look at the previous one, you didn't have any megawatt offered. So just knowing I was doing that.
I have it open. Megawatt, June what? June 22. I see 0 megawatts. And here you're seeing there's a price. What it could be, I think I looked at this. I think it was a really small offer. Might have been 0.1 megawatts or something like that. So it's not visible. And right, this would be well, for exceptional dispatch, if they offer into the intra-monthly, which is our pool for exceptional dispatch, if they don't offer, we go at the soft offer cap. But if they offer, they can offer any amount. And in this case, I don't know I can't remember what kind of offer this is, but the key thing is, I think it was a really tiny megawatt amount, so it's not visible in the slide. I think it was like 0.1 or 0.01. So really, I'm not sure why and who. Well, I know who, but I don't know why. But anyway, Noah.
You know what, no, Tom, for middleware power, you know what would be helpful here is to, at least on the megawatts being offered, is to overlay the amount of non-RA capacity that existed at that time. Right. This tells
us. Compare the offers to the non-RA at that month.
The megawatts that were offered in versus non-RA that you had on the system. And then you can really tell the story, as opposed to this is kind of only capturing one side of the coin.
So it's tough. If you by non-RA you mean what I defined it, which is NQC minus RA.
Yes.
I mean, we have that data publicly. We have RA out there posted for past 5 years, shown RA. And we have the NQC.
So you could have put that on a Excel spreadsheet into this chart.
Yeah, but then, well, here's the thing. When you say non-RA, I know you're trying to say.
When you say non-RA.
Yeah. You're trying to say how much non-RA we have compared to what's being offered.
Because you're saying you're getting less offers.
Right.
I would like to know how many are non-RAs not offering, essentially, right? That's what you would like to know too.
But that's the thing. Just because it's non-RA, it doesn't mean it's not under contract. It's available. They're willing to take an offer and commit for 30 days for a 6.31, right? So it will show you whatever megawatts we have non-RA.
Your point is that it's your RA offers or your CSP offers are drying up.
Yeah, but what's the conclusion you can draw from us putting the non-RA next to it?
One is whether or not there's non-RA, getting confused here.
Yeah.
Non-RA available to offer into, right?
But just because it's non-RA based on our definition.
Right, but that's the determination first is there a non-RA, yes or no?
Yes.
If yes, then you can figure do other sort of research, if you like, on why are they not doing this?
Right.
And one of my contentions is because the flat nature of the CPM designations is not does not reflect the market dynamics of our monthly RA program.
Right.
Right.
It's fair. I think I totally agree with you on we need to figure out the why. The problem is showing the excess capacity doesn't, I mean, we don't, right. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't give us the answer. But I think we should, I agree with you. Why would help us probably attempt to solve the problem appropriately. I agree. I mean, that's
I mean, it tells you how big the problem might be.
Yeah, but the why we're going to need to get from the generators, really. The data is not going to tell us the why. Perry.
Perry's video CISA. No, just agreeing with Noah, it'd be good to see the quantity of what CAISO considers non-RA on this chart. And I would even go further, say non-RA and not on plan to be on outage. Right? So, I mean, just Because if you did that, so what if one chart, if you're offered into CSP is 0 megawatts? Well, if there was 0 megawatts of non-RA, then that's probably why no one else can offer in.
Yeah. But by that conclusion, we could have drawn, if that was the case.
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
is not
So
the
you
case.
can chart that.
If it was 0,
But we don't know if that's not the case. We don't have information here to tell us whether or not that's the case.
well,
or not
that's,
the case.
that's what I'm saying. We did post stuff publicly, but it's raw data. But anyway, but the point is, you're going to see megawatts, and it's not going to give you the answer because we really need to get the suppliers to tell us what really, truly why they're not offering, which I think we can speculate, but the real answer would need kind of stakeholder input. Fair point, though. I think the why is a big question. Isabella, back to you.
Thanks. Okay, we have 2 more hands in queue, or actually 3. So let's go to Eric Little.
Can you go back to page 28, please? So hopefully somebody smarter than me can help me with this question. I know that there is a relationship between energy and capacity, but I don't see how you get an implied capacity value from this slide. There's a lot of reasons these prices could have gone up, including the cost of the underlying determinants of what the cost is behind providing energy from those resources. Example, gas, O&M, inflation, etc. So I'm not sure that I'm able to say that this is an indication that capacity prices are high. I think there's plenty of indication that capacity prices are high just by looking at FERC EQR data. The second thing I'd like to know is, have you plotted the ISO's similar weighted average price per megawatt hour during this period of time? And does it describe something very, very different from these points, or is it similar?
Arthur, I'll defer to you.
I've looked at the plotting of this is part of the Melvac from the CAISO. I've looked at the plotting of the resources internally. I probably happy to provide that data in the future. In terms of the implied heat rate, at least I could discuss how one could do this based on the data. I would think it'd probably be more worthwhile. Like the story we're trying to tell here is, I think, consistent with the story that Lauren provided in the past, which is really that prices of RA have gone significantly higher than our CPM soft offer cap. So to me, instead of having a debate on how we infer hub prices and translate that into an implied capacity price, I mean, it sounds like maybe if you wanted to speak to sort of what your experience is to that and the data that you use via FERC Form 1, maybe that'd probably be more worthwhile. And that I'd be happy to include that in the past if you want to include that in your presentation. I think that would be, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. I think we can file it within comments. I know that we filed it with the PUC and the RA proceeding as well, the FERC EQR data that we've seen thus far and what it shows. So I agree that capacity prices have gone way up. I agree that at times the market for capacity is higher than the CPM. I'm just concerned that a price of megawatt hours doesn't necessarily give you that. Yeah, it's not going to follow implied market heat rates. But there's a lot of reasons things don't follow implied market heat rates, and capacity costs are just one of them. So I'm just concerned that people are going to see this graph and say that has nothing to do with capacity, when we do know that capacity prices are very high, and we can compare them directly to capacity prices that people have submitted to the FERC. So we'll be happy to submit that in comments so that people have the data for this proceeding. Like I say, I know we've done it before, so we'll make it available again. Thanks.
Just as a heads up, and others can correct me, I think you already have submitted that in your comments. But I believe that was already in some previous rounds of your comments. But if there's ways to expand upon it, yeah, I really appreciate it. You're including that in the past.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Martha.
Let's move to Mike Whitney.
Morning, everyone. This is Mike Whitney from the Northern California Power Agency. Just a couple of reactions to.
Mike, it's a little bit hard to hear you. Can you get closer to your microphone?
I've got it right in front of me, and I've been on some other calls. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, great. So yeah, just a couple of reactions to some of the slides. As far as why resource owners LSCs, schedule coordinators, et cetera, don't necessarily want to show any more resource adequacy than they're obligated to show is because of the must offer obligation and the bid insertion. They don't want the CAISO market to, the optimization to result in losses and then just be made whole with big cost recovery, per se, in those kind of instances. So those are two primary reasons. Other reasons are that there's, substantial volume of capacity in the ISO that's owned by external entities that are in balancing authority areas that are external to the ISO. So there's a couple of reasons there. And then just, when we see those resources that are being offered for CPM, it'd be kind of interesting to see what kind of resources those are. If those are existing resources or resources that had just recently achieved COD that weren't qualified for RA at the time of the T-45 showings. So that'd be kind of something interesting to look into as well. I don't think there's a lot of, established resources necessarily. That's just a hunch. And then, as far as like seeing like Mid-C and Palo Verde prices kind of used for any sort of reference, I mean, those indices are pretty much dried up. They're really illiquid. I wonder how many trades are, being made, and then, what the basis is of those costs, what kind of resources are out there that cost, 250 megawatts, are those like diesel generators or demand response or what? Because most gas-fired resources don't cost that much. So what's the cost base of that? Definitely. It's understood that the RA prices are skyrocketing, and they're well above the soft offer caps. The soft offer cap is based off like a real life, metric, CEC cost of new entry. What's the basis of, the RA prices in the, in the summer, that's kind of, that could be debatable. And then, as far as any kind of, magic surplus out there of non-RA, I don't think that exists. I guess that's kind of a personal opinion, that exists in August or September. I mean, it's probably, a good assumption that there is no non-RA available. That would be kind of the base assumption. But anyway, just some initial reactions to those slides. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Right. Mohan?
Neurola with CWR, and I just wanted to provide a feedback on the issue of why resources are not offered at the qualifying NQC level. So one of the reasons that could be the case is that in case of hydro resources, let's say in the annual process, we have better forecast for the upcoming year, and then we have higher NQC values. But during the year, in a compliance month, we have drier conditions, then we cannot offer the resource to that level because the resource is not going to be available. And also the fact that NQC cannot be decreased during the year compared to the annual. So I just wanted to say that that is one of the facts that resource may not be offered to the NQC level. And of course, there may be some outages within the year compared to the annual.
Thank you, Mohan. That's a very good example of hydro fleet related impacts on the availability and what's offered and what's non-RA. I think that's a very good example. Thank you, Mohan.
Thank you.
See one more question in queue from Claudia Ward.
Hello, this is Claudia from Chevron. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and so we are a generator and just another example of, we have many units, however, and we do not offer them all in. And the reason being that in the summer months, we usually hold out one. Our units are very old. And if we had a planned outage, we would have to substitute. So we hold a unit in reserve for that reason. And once we get into the month, if we had a planned or unplanned, or even if we had an unplanned outage, we would have a unit that we would, trying to be a good citizen, that we would be able to sub, even though you might not have to sub on an unplanned outage. We have a unit that we could substitute.
Thank you very much. That's very good insight, and I think it explains some of the questions that people asked here on why people are keeping some additional capacity, and that's the substitution rules, and that comes back to the main discussion of really, if we're going to solve one issue, we're going to have to tackle them together because they all impact each other. So really appreciate it.
No more hands in queue, but it looks like we have one in the room.
Oh, yeah.
As Steve Keen from Edison, I want to follow up on something that was talked about before. I mean, I can understand the reasons why people aren't putting, aren't maybe bidding into the CSP. And the other thing that I think that made an implication that was important for me, at least, was realizing that when you go to do an exceptional dispatch, if the unit's bidding into the market, that they're not going to get an exceptional dispatch. Right. So the exceptional dispatch is when you call a unit out that wasn't bidding into the market and put them on. And so I think a lot of these resources that are showing up as non-RA, you're probably seeing because they're bidding into the market. My question is just, if resources within the CAISO are selling essentially RA services outside of the CAISO, either, some of them may be selling to other California entities or also, outside of California. How are you made aware of that? I mean, are you aware of that right now?
In the RA process, we're not. It's just non-RA capacity that we don't have visibility into. And that's part of the problem, Steve. We don't have good awareness into what the contracting of this non-RA fleet looks like.
I mean, I can't remember who it was, but they were bringing up that they may have to, do they have to register for exports or something? Or?
Well, that's a different process, market-related process. Not the expert, but I'm going to say what I know. Resources, some internal resources can have the capability to get export some of their capacity, some of their all or part of their non-RA capacity. And I think to get priority export, they need to register with us. And that process is purely a market process. The registration is close to the, and their indicator, the flag and master file. Again, not the expert, maybe within 7 days, give or more, not, month ahead. So we don't know who these resources are in month ahead. We can look at historically who did that in the past, and we can probably assume they're going to do it again. But again, that also doesn't tell us, even if they set the flag, it doesn't tell us how much of that non-RA capacity will be used for export or not. So it doesn't give us a lot of insight. It's more of a mechanism for them in the market to get export into outside the CAISO. And this is high level, again, not the expert here, but that's just that issue or that identifier. It's not very relevant to us and not very helpful for us in the RA world.
Okay, and I guess the other question I'd have, and I don't know, maybe some of the generators know this, is, I mean, I'm assuming in the past, pretty much everything that was in California was needed and used in California. But I think over the last few years, we've seen changes in the Western market, and I'm just wondering, are generators in the CAISO selling essentially RA. There really isn't another RA program functioning right now, but, are you selling capacity outside of California?
Hi, this is Perry Cervidio, CISA. I was going to make a similar point to Steve. If we look at what's coming, there's sort of two ways to sell capacity external to CAISO. And I think that your chart on just the prices is half of the first way, which is to just sell firm energy export out of CAISO. They can rely on that then as basically firm capacity that comes with the energy. And you could do that, but you need to also look, like Eric Little pointed out, you need to also look at what's the CAISO price, what's the SP price versus what's the Palo price, because anyone could do that arbitrage today and lock in that firm energy. The second way, though, is with RAP coming. And to Steve's point, the signal right now I think would still be for the capacity to come to CAISO rather than to be sold to RAP. But that only holds if the CAISO actually does CPM whenever they are short. And the reason this happens is because currently today, the load serving entity will suffer the CPUC penalty at about $8.88 a kilowatt month. If the CAISO were to then CPM, that you get an added $7.21, or what's the new number as of Thursday? Yeah, $7.34. You're at above $16 a kilowatt month. The forward showing penalty in RAP right now is 2 times cone, and their cone is a little bit higher than our cone, but they would still be at about $15.30 a kilowatt month. So if the CAISO just continues to not CPM when they're short, there's a low probability of that risk, of the CPM cost allocation risk. Then the signal is just 888 versus 1530, and capacity would rather take the 1530 in the RAP.
Appreciate it.
Forward showing, you get into the delivery, and then there's a whole nother set of penalties. That's more of a year ahead type of discussion, what I just had there.
Good feedback. Appreciate it, Perry and Steve. Thank you. All right. Any more questions in the room or online?
Yeah.
Oh, Noah?
Yeah, Noah, Tom from Middle River. Just sort of to respond or brainstorm on Steve's question of whether or not internal resources are selling externally. Maybe one of the things that the ISO can provide is sort of on an aggregated level, the amount of export priority energy, right? That would be going out, and you can sort of aggregate that data to say, X amount of megawatts are being exported out, therefore sort of sold as non-RA capacity. Right.
Historic market data, basically.
Yeah. We are always looking sort of for historic data.
Yep.
And the other thing is looking at sort of supply mix since I think 2017. I'm just looking at the ISO's mothball list. It has about 5,700 megawatts of resources nameplate, I think, that have retired since 2017. So that is a pretty significant amount of capacity over that time to no longer be available for the ISO for meeting reliability. Additionally, you probably had another since I think 2017, another 2,000, maybe 3,000 megawatts of renewable resources that have decreased in NQC value due to ELCC changes. So that's another, we're talking about maybe 8,000 megs, right? And then at the same time, you have RA requirements being sort of not only reflecting what is necessary, generally speaking, to meet 0.1 LOLE. And so you have two different dynamics that are increasing demand, reducing supply by sort of normal business, if you will, I guess, in the RA program. You're bound to see probably less CESP offers.
Appreciate it, Noah. Excellent feedback. Thank you. All right, we're 5-6 minutes over time, so I think we're between you guys and lunch. So I'll back to you, or did I send people to lunch, or where's my authority stands? Can I?
Yeah, so that will bring us to our lunch break. We will break for an hour and meet back here right around 1 o'clock. Right? Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Silas, if we could go back to the agenda slide just to preview what we'll be discussing this afternoon. So for the next hour, we're going to have a panel discussion with SCE, CalCCA, the ISO, RM, CISA, and MRP. And then after that discussion, we will talk about the projected EDAM RSE shortfalls with Danny and Hillary. And then we'll have another break and close up today's working group with a path forward for modeling from Aditya. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to our panel and invite them up to the front of the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for rejoining for the afternoon session. For the next hour, we are going to be talking about Backstop. And we've got a panel, some in person, some on the phone. We have Steve Keene from SCE, Eric Little from CalCCA, Partha with the ISO, Mary Neal with ERM, Perry Servideo with CISA, and Noah Tang with MRP. And I know that Partha wanted to say a few things before we jumped into the panel, so I will turn it over to him for a minute.
Thank you. And could we jump to slide, we'll go way forward to slide 59. This is part of tomorrow's discussion, but I'm going to use it as a prop to sort of preview. So on the screen, what's included here is, and there's a lot more detail included in our discussion paper. Really, these are sort of our CPM-focused problem statements. And if we look at them, really the first two are a lot of what we just discussed. The first one is really focusing on, what's the information available to the ISO and our ability to efficiently and reliably conduct our existing processes, as well as stakeholder feedback around sort of a lack of visibility into the ISO's CPM decision-making processes. And at least when we're looking at those two items, those are ones that I think we can have good, robust discussions about. Like, and particularly around the second one, I think we'd really like maybe more feedback in the written comments on sort of what's this information that folks really want to see, how would it be useful to you all in terms of making decisions and improving the efficiency and reliability of the market. And so it sounded like there were sort of various different perspectives on what that data might look like, but those are kind of two of the problem statements that we sort of craft around that. And at least in terms of problem statements 3 and 4, and like both of these, we really, at least number 3, I think we've touched on a decent amount. And that's just in terms of, in light of the current tight RA market, the CPM processes may not be producing all of its intended results, particularly given the lack of bids in the CSP process. And when we look at some of the trade-offs, obviously part of what the CPM process was designed to do when it was created was to act as a form of market power mitigation in the capacity space. And likely, I think we think it's performing that function reasonably well. The question I think that in light of the data we've seen is what are some of the implications of the lack of CSP bids, and what are some of the options that we could address effectively, both in the short term and in the long term, in order to have a more reliable and efficient process. And that the implications of not having enough bids are probably fairly straightforward, just in terms of when we're unable to backstop, there certainly could be direct reliability risks associated with that. But there also could be secondary implications, and I think this will be setting up for the conversation that Danny will be having later in terms of, an increased frequency of the ISO BA failing the EDAM RC sufficiency test. And so, but I think when we recognize that for that topic, these are challenging issues, and these are certainly challenging issues in these tight markets. We've got a lot of feedback historically on sort of what, like I think Perry, you had alluded to this before, that there's an impact of our CPM level on the bilateral procurement processes, both in terms of people offering it in the bilateral processes as well as the price levels. And so I think there need to be sort of a lot more robust discussion in terms of sort of what all those interactive effects are of any major changes to the CPM and the impact it would have to those bilateral processes. And number 4, this is really alluding to, and I was actually surprised this didn't come up earlier. And I think like this is just, recognition. I'll just sort of say the easy example. We recognize that, we're projecting, in the next 10 years to have, or you can correct me, 15,000 megawatts of battery storage come online by 2035 up. I might have the wrong number.
18 gigawatts.
18 gigawatts. I apologize. So, and to me, like what's really sort of thing is like, there really is a change in the fleet. And right now all of our CPM processes are built around sort of a single value, and that, a single capacity value. And there's sort of some question of like, well, at what point will the grid evolve to where, we might need to look at, energy and tops as well as capacity in terms of what our backstop processes look like. So again, number 4 to me is also won't be an easy discussion. I think that we'll probably need to be sort of an extended process to where we're looking at redefining what the products are and potentially the associated requirements for procurement and that. But I think that those are kind of like I think at least I wanted to set up this discussion at least to have some sort of crack at like these are sort of how we were at least envisioning out of the gate what the problem statement looks like, as well as when I was thinking about it, 1 and 2 might be ones that we could move on a little faster in terms of having the ability to address, in a timely manner. While 3 and 4 might have a little bit more of a longer scope in terms of developing out those solution sets. But all really important topics. None of them, I think we're all here because there really aren't easy answers to any of these. But I really appreciate from the kickoff y'all engagements and y'all's thoughts on these questions. And so yeah, Danielle, please proceed.
Okay. Thanks, Bertha. So there was a good discussion this morning on some of the issues around backstop and incentives and showing, which was really helpful. So, if anyone on the panel has any sort of opening remarks, I'm happy to take those. Otherwise, we can just get into the prompt questions. Okay.
I don't know how you all want to handle it. I know that a few people have presentations ready. I don't know if that makes sense for them to give that.
Okay.
Question.
The first one.
Great.
So let me just sort of take the opportunity to go through the questions that were asked of the panel, and then we can go sort of one by one because they all sort of roll into each other, and there are solid lines and dotted lines across a lot of these issues. So the first question was, what challenges, if any, have you observed with CAISO's current backstop resource adequacy processes, which we heard a little bit about this morning and we'll hear more about now? Do the current mechanisms, including cost allocation, work well in incenting LSEs to procure sufficient capacity to meet the LRA and CAISO requirements and allowing the CAISO to obtain needed capacity in a reasonably efficient manner when and where needed? Some have suggested in the past that the CPM discussion of raising the offer cap either to reflect the opportunity cost to sell outside of CAISO or to reflect the costs of a different proxy unit, such as the all-in cost of a combined solar plus storage. What impact would such an increase in the soft offer cap have on the bilateral market? And the last question is, how should we consider the evolving resource mix with an increased reliance on storage in particular impacting the backstop processes? As an example, should CAISO's BA have an assessment for energy sufficiency and not just resource adequacy? So those are the 4 questions that were posed to the panel. And I think at this point, maybe we should start with Peter. And I'm sorry, Perry, and go, sorry, Perry, and who's Peter? Perry, and we'll start with Perry and go down the line.
Sure, if you have my slides, because it really pertains to the first question and something that we talked about this morning a lot. Do I have to say next slide? Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So you can go to the next slide, actually. So this morning, what we were talking about was this potential sort of lack of visibility into non-RAs as a challenge, and lack of bids or offers into the CSP. And we have a thought here, and we've been working this thought through with the CPUC in their proceeding as well, that there might be an opportunity not to fully solve that problem, but perhaps increase some visibility and front stop the backstop CPM, if you will, a little bit. So if you're having a lack of offers, why not do something in which you can have more RA available to you, even with that lack of offers? And then also if folks can show resources that are planned to be coming online, then that gives you that visibility as well. And that would be a showing that it's contracted and they want to rely on it for RA, but it's not yet online yet. So we can go to what we're asking here is, let's consider resources scheduled to achieve COD prior to the compliance month in your CPM decision making. We can save some money and get some reliability that way. If you can go to the next slide. This is the current timeline. I made these numbers very big because they're all stuck in our brains. This T-45, as you all know, is when the plans, RA and supply plans are due. There's then a cure period that goes until T-30, after which point the CAISO reviews the data and does the stuff that Abdul was talking about this morning to figure out if they want to engage in the CPM after they've met the threshold of the tariff allows them to, based on those showings. And then at T-0, obviously, okay, you get into the compliance month. I just have on this timeline just the note here that you have this NQC list development that is occurring kind of the whole way through the timeline, if you will, and it even goes beyond, T-0 and further into the year. This is just to point out that, that one person's T-30 is another person's T-0, if you will. We can go to the next slide. That's just the background on the timeline. And there's a lot of capacity that actually comes online after that T-30 point. So here we just quickly put together the capacity that achieves COD between T-30 and T-1 of a given compliance month throughout the year in 2023. And then we reflected that into an RA value using the NQC methodology for those resource types. So one thing to just point out here is, aside from, April and February, you always have at least 100 megawatts coming online. And as you really are gearing into the summer months, you got a lot more megawatts coming online that could count towards RA. Now, I'll say everything in that rightmost column today can't count for RA. It just can't be on the plan. And that really, in my opinion, is kind of an administrative deadline right now, although I could see some argument for a policy reason, although I'll note that when we established these deadlines, see it went to T-45 in about 2012, 2013 timeframe. Prior to that, everything was due at T-30 with cure period going until T-10, and the CAISO was actually able to meet those timelines for its CPM process back then. We can go to the next slide. So this is to say there's a lot of value that we can unlock here. So I'll call this a relatively long process lead time. It has some inefficient outcomes. First, we could avoid CAISO compliance backstop procurement costs if we could find a way for these resources to count as RA on RA and supply plans. And just the fact that you're getting more RA megawatts you could avoid some significant event CPM cost if it would fit the criteria that you're looking for there. Just having more capacity available. And also the other inefficiency today is that you'll have less resources with must offer obligations in your system. And what I'm really driving at here is this is all resources that are contracted by loads to provide RA that are not able to be RA in this compliance month due simply to this timeline, the way the timeline was set. Now, I did want to say that CAISO has invested in technology improvements over the past 15 years, but this CPM decision timeline has not improved. It's actually gone backwards. And I think that's something that we can look at now is as far as the process goes, that it's just a process of processing data and getting an arithmetic result of a capacity stacking. I think that problem solved in the technology, but I wanted to provide some perspective on what this looked like 15 or 13 years ago. So I actually saved a real picture of us processing RA and supply plans in 2012. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so that's me up there hanging on the front of the cart, and behind the cart you can't see it, but Gotham Kutta is there sort of trying to push us along. And I'll say we were able, so you had a slew of, everything was through email. There was no user interface. Everything was, we were then getting everything into spreadsheets. We were pulling data out of what was then called SLIC, which was the outage management system back there. And that was like, it was a software, but it was sort of unstructured data because you had to read through the descriptions in SLIC in order to understand what those outages were for. We then built macros in the spreadsheets and we're processing 100 or so entities. And it was a lot of work. However, we were able to do that up until say 2012 or 2013, until the point that we got to the replacement requirement for scheduled generation outages, which is the policy that Steve here on the panel worked on. And my recollection of that policy was we were then bringing in lots of outage data, bringing in the supply side and interactions between suppliers and load serving entities. And our heads were exploding. And we said, there's no way you can do this on the current, at that time, current T-30 timeline. So we lobbied Steve really hard and said, hey, let's try to push this out to T-45. We need more time, make the cure period T-45 to T-30. And then we should be able to do it. We did it. It was still a struggle. And that's because we didn't have the software yet. So we would spend 1 week, if you think about the way these things go, one T-45 is another T-15, one T-30 is another T-0, and so on. We're on a 2-week cycle where in the first week, we're processing plans and getting data back to entities so they could do their cure period. In the off week, we were designing the software that could replace this terrible process that we had which is now called CIRA. And then we'd get back to an on week where we were then processing the cure period and so on and so on you go. So now that is to say, CAISO has software that does a lot of the hard part, which is on the left, which is let's bring the data in, it's structured, it's in the system, you can run the calculation at the click of the button, or actually we've built in automation into that where it just runs every day on its own. So a lot of the reason for the pushing of the timeline to T-45 is gone. So the question then to us becomes, well, can we start to think about what other reason today might it still linger at T-45? Or is there an opportunity here to unlock all that additional capacity that I showed on the previous slide and help with the visibility and the lack of offers into CSP by simply changing this timeline? And that would require some of the stuff that we were thinking about this morning is what is going on in that decision-making process between T-30 and T-0. So I wanted to leave it then with the last slide here, which is what I would say is an outline of an issue paper that CAISO could take up. And this issue paper understands that there's remaining implementation considerations, but as we see it, there's substantial value for CAISO and for the market by doing this. And I've covered in these slides, really the first 3 points here are the economic and reliability issues that the issue paper could discuss. And I've left here at least what I see, as of last Friday as remaining implementation considerations that would be nice to see flushed out in an issue paper. I have ideas on how to implement this, but I didn't want to go down that road with you all today. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Tom from Middle River. It's funny. If you go back a slide, Perry has brought up some like deeply suppressed memories from way back now. Looking at the back then sort of time frame, I recall it was a time when prior to the ISO using getting all the information out of Slick, there was a rule that said if you're on outage for 2 weeks or more, then you're derated to 0. But if you're outage less than 2 weeks, you had this funky, wonky, step chart of what you can count for RA, and that actually led to wonky CPM designations as resources got out of outage because of the way it was counted. And so maybe am I going to blame you for this now? Steve. Okay, for CPM, but it's sort of looking at the time. Looking at the time frame, yeah, we've changed a lot. The grid has changed a lot. I think what we didn't change since 2012 till now is continuous running loss of load studies to reflect the necessary PRM to accommodate for the accounting of resources that we have. And so when you don't change the PRM, the requirements, and you continuously add resources, you end up having sort of a artificial oversupply. And this is what I was talking about before. Since 2017, we've had nearly 5,700 megawatts of resources mothball, retire, and we're quickly figuring out that framework, the RA framework for PRM, is not reliable. And so I think while we're focused a lot on backstop procurement, I think we're missing a big point of what should the ISO do to ensure there's good incentives for front stop procurement. Because if the problem now, sort of relating to this, the question we have is the ISO's tariff is only allows it to CPM effectively, CPM up to the planning reserve margin of what the LRAs have set. And if to the extent the LRAs do not set a PRM that is reflective of 0.1 LOLE, we're already in trouble, right? And then and this is sort of, you can see this in the CPUC's decisions of the effective PRM, and it's very clear. The idea is so that the ISO cannot CPM above the planning reserve margin. I think the ISO, and I fully support the ISO running its studies to establish the right 0.1 LOE, and I will agree that different studies will yield different results. But I think the ISO has the obligation and requirement to ensure that LSCs, LRAs bring the right set of resources to meet that 0.1 to begin with. Then if we can agree on that, then we can start talking about cost allocation. Whose fault is it, type of issue. But if we can't agree to set a standard, I don't think going through sort of that second step is going to get us on the right track to begin with. I'm going to sort of stop there for a second, Perry.
I just wanted to agree with Noah's sentiment here. CISA's, we actually mentioned this on the last panel that we were on too. If you think about CAISO's role as a balancing authority in the West, I really see the CPM function as serving that functional entity roles to make sure that it can operate the system reliably in that month ahead or even year ahead timeframe if it's the annual showings. And if you sort of just take that reliability imperative mindset, then there's no reason why a CAISO's backstop should be limited to whatever the the load forecast plus PRM is. And then if you agree to that, well, then it makes sense that why not have something like an LOLE study that can really definitively tell you if you will be planning to operate the system reliably in the upcoming month or the upcoming year. And to the extent that you can't, you go and backstop that for your balancing authority area needs. And that's just to say other balancing authority areas in the West, they're doing the same thing. They're doing a reliability analysis to figure out if they need to go buy more resources or not. And CAISO should be doing that same thing.
Okay, thanks, Perry. And Noah, Steve, do you want to, I want to move through the panel, let everyone give a chance to speak, and then we'll open it up to questions and sort of revisit some of the questions that were posed.
Yeah, hi, it's Steve Keen from Edison. I think one of the challenges that I see with this is understanding exactly when the CAISO is going to backstop. Because if you look at like the PUC's list of entities who are short, it's fairly, it's getting to be a fairly long list. But if you look at the times when the CAISO was backstopped, it hasn't occurred very much at all. So I think, that's one thing we have. That's why this was, why I made a lot of points on this in previous comments and stuff, is I think it's hard understanding exactly what's going on. And I think some of that is just some people are putting in maybe a little bit extra, so it's not showing up as a shortage, but it's hard for market participants to understand exactly what's going on with that, because we don't, I don't know that the CAISO actually puts out these total numbers. It puts out, it tells us if it's going to backstop, but when you did that what was it, August? That's like the first time I ever remember you backstopping. And I don't think it's happened since then. So it's kind of, it's hard to know where that's going. And I think to some extent for CPUC entities, at least, it's going to get harder going forward, because when we're working with the slice a day mechanism, the conversion from slice a day to ISO, it's not exactly one for one. So exactly, trying to figure out what you need to buy to make sure you're meeting your slice a day, but then also meeting your CAISO requirements, I think is going to be, at least initially, that's going to be hard. It's going to take some getting used to figure it out. I think some of the stuff we went through in some of these previous workshops have shown that it's probably not going to be a big problem, but it's still going to be there. And I think until we actually see how it works, we don't know. And then I think that gets to like the last point on here, the changing resource mix. Edison was a big supporter of the slice a day, and I think that's really going to be an important thing. I mean, when we put together RA, when I worked with Perry on some of the RA stuff here, I was bringing in substitution. At that point, almost all the resources were, they could run whenever and they could deliver whenever. There was a little bit of solar, but that was kind of about it. And there was some wind, but not much else. We're now in a situation where that's not the case anymore. And, if you look forward for 20 years, we're not going to be in that kind of case at all. The majority of the resources are going to be, use limited, either because they can't run very much or because they're dependent on the wind or solar or something else to provide that power, or storage, which requires them to be charged. And I think that Edison really believes that the slice a day is a good way of looking at that to make sure that you have sufficient energy and you have sufficient resources and that you are covering all of the time in that. I think the time for the CAISO to start looking at that sort of situation is now, not, when we see that it's going to be a problem in 5 years or whatever. I think we're starting to see some of those issues coming up now. And I really would encourage that to be a kind of focus. I realize that it's going to be hard for the CAISO to do that because it's not just the CPUC. It's the other things. And I think this is some of what Perry was getting at. And I think it's one of the issues with Backstop is, when they backstop, if you have, CPUC entities who are providing 17% PRM and using specific, right now ELCCs, but exceedance values in the future. But then you have, a whole bunch of smaller non-CPUC entities who are doing different things. It's hard to compare. And I think that's one of the things, Barry, that struck me when you were talking about that is the idea of how do you allocate those costs? Well, I think the way the CAISO does it right now is by allocating just, okay, who's short on their PRM. But that may not be entirely, that may not resolve the issue completely. Let me see if I have, what else I haven't. The one question about how does the current backstop mechanism work? Does it provide incentives? And I think the one comment I have there is just that I don't think it's providing that much of an incentive. I mean, backstop happened once in the last however many years. I think the CPUC's penalty structure is probably significantly more important at providing incentives for people to provide the correct amount of RA. And, most LSEs, well, there's an awful lot of LSEs that have paid penalties under the CPUC scheme. I don't think there are that many LSEs that have actually had backstop costs for the CAISO. All right. And I think, all right, yeah, I'll stop there, let other people have a say.
Thanks, Steve. Mary, are you on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. I can just introduce myself a little bit since I'm relatively new here. So, yes, I'm Mary Neal. I'm actually a consultant with MRW and Associates, and today I am representing the Alliance for Retail Energy Markets, or ARM. And ARM is an organization of 3 of the largest electric service providers, or ESPs, which are load-serving entities under CPUC jurisdiction that serve direct access customers. And why I'm here today to discuss CPM issues is really motivated by the events of the CPM event last August. So at that time, our members were compliant with RA requirements as given to them by the CPUC. And then were very surprised when CAISO contacted them to say, hey, you are going to be allocated CPM costs. And our members were like, well, what happened? I thought we were compliant. And they learned that they were considered short of CAISO RA requirements because of differences in how the CPUC and CAISO count certain DR resources. So the CPUC gives LLCCs credits for certain IOU-DR programs, and the CAISO does not treat those credits as RA for determining CPM cost allocation. And I've since learned that there was a lot of discussion on this topic through a past CAISO process called PRR 1280. I am not afraid to say that out loud. Maybe that's because I wasn't there. I wasn't an active participant in that process. But unfortunately, the outcome, it still leaves us in this awkward situation, right, where we have LSEs compliant with the LRA, the CPUC, but they're not compliant with CAISO. And it's just, given that these entities are supposed to be sort of in partnership, right, to do the RA program, that just is not a reasonable situation. So ARM just wants to see this resolved so this situation doesn't persist, and just hoping that because it did happen last August with the CPM event, that brings new urgency to the issue. And so maybe we can take it up again. I do know that the CPUC has issued comments in the working group encouraging CAISO to take up the topic. ARM, of course, supports it, but we haven't really heard from the CAISO as to whether this issue is really in scope in the problem statements. So that's, to my knowledge, where we stand, and we're just trying to know whether CAISO is going to take it up, whether we can move forward. I recognize that PR 1280 was very contentious, and if there's some kind of line in the sand here from the CAISO, they don't want to take it up because of that or for whatever reason, we just need to understand that, and we just need to take that back to the CPUC and determine what we can do. So that's where we really stand. As to the form of the solution to the problem, there was a slide here today from the CAISO about, for instance, should CAISO count the DR credits? Should there be some other reforms so that these DR credits are added to supply plans? ARM doesn't really have a preferred position on that, actually, as to how to solve it. Right now, we're just still in the scoping phase, and we just want to make sure it's in scope so we can have a proper discussion about those solutions. So that's really it for me on that topic. And I know there are these other CPM issues some of other panelists have brought up. And I have some thoughts about those issues too. I think just before I give up the mic, I would ask Noah if proposal about CAISO backstopping to the 0.1 LOLE, like whether that would be implemented as a kind of default minimum PRM that the CAISO would set, because otherwise, how would you know whether you're going to pass the 0.1 LOLE standard in advance? To me, that's like the whole point of having a PRM, is that that metric signals to the LSCs how much quantity of capacity they need to buy, and you don't want to wait till the capacity has all been purchased before you determine what that is with the 0.1 with the LOLE study that can determine it. So I would just be a little bit interested to hear more about that. And I think I can pause there.
Yeah. Hi, Mary. This is Noah. Yeah, good question. I think, in my mind, the ISO should or can utilize sort of its midterm LOLE study analysis to figure out, provide to LRAs what their relative appropriate, because CPUC has this slice of day program, and whereas other LRAs don't. And so there would be, we have translation tools and so forth. So anyways, I think they could provide that information to LRAs to say, here's the PRM that we would need from your program in the next 2 to 4 years, essentially, to ensure 0.1 LOLE. Is she on mute?
Yeah. So that's helpful clarification. So it wouldn't be just like, okay, we procured some kind of PRM, but then at the end, CAISO does does an LOLE study to see if we've made the 0.1 LOLE and then can backstop. So instead, it's like, okay, here, we'll do a study up front, give you a PRM,
and
then you procure to that, and backstop to that.
Sorry, I think there are multiple steps you can do this. Essentially, we're not quite there yet. I don't think in this part of the workshop process.
Right. This could be a longer conversation.
Yeah, but I'm more than welcome to design it now. Thanks.
All right.
This is a part of the Malvac from the ISO. Alicia, your earlier question on, you kind of alluded to, like, as a part of this process, would we consider that as a potential item in scope? And like when I say that, I mean sort of the combination of RA credit issues, the CPM cost allocation that goes along with that, as well as, and sort of those encapsulating issues, as well as sort of the items in PR 1280. And so like my own sort of simple answer is like, this is a RA working group process, and that we're looking for stakeholder input on what the most pressing topics are. I would say that, at least from my standpoint, the PRR 1280 was a very contentious and challenging issue. The RA crediting issues are very challenging for the ISO. So I don't think that there are necessarily going to be simple or quick solutions to that topic, but to agree that you all and other stakeholders believe that there needs to be re-looked at, and there needs to be sort of a prioritization of that topic. Giving that feedback, I think would be helpful. So yeah, really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mary. Eric Little with Cal CCA, are you on?
I am. So how many of these questions do you want me to go through in one shot?
You know what? I would go through your thoughts, and then we can sort of turn back to the panel and go through some of the questions in more detail.
Okay. So I guess the nice thing about going last is that most people have already said the things that I needed to say. So I'll hit the things that I didn't hear. I guess I fundamentally disagree with the notion that the ISO ought to be responsible for maintaining a 1 in 10 LOLE in the RA program. That's not the case for how it has ever worked, and I don't know that that was the case of how it was intended to work, quite frankly. I know other markets have gone to a centralized capacity market, but they've agreed to get there among multiple states. I guess I would ask the question of, if you think we ought to do that, then what about IRP? Because IRP is building those resources. Do we need to have the ISO controlling IRP as well? And I don't think the answer to that is yes either. So I think what we really need is the state looking at how it's going to meet its reliability needs, which it should be doing and does so through IRP and through RA, and making sure that those resources are available to the ISO. On your first question on here about challenges to the ISO in doing backstop procurement, I think fundamentally your challenge is the same thing that everybody else in WEC has, and that is an insufficient amount of capacity. And so the question really becomes one of, are we going to play in the game of who's going to pay the most to get it? Or are we going to recognize that, quite simply, we may not have enough capacity to satisfy reliability throughout the entire West? And there's been quite a bit of resistance to actually looking at the problem West-wide and taking a look at the nature of all of the resources that are there, how they're made available, when they're made available, to whom they're made available, including within California. So until we can solve those types of problems to understand where the capacity is and what's preventing people from getting it, I don't know that the ISO's backstop process is going to be any more or less successful than anybody else out there right now. And we know that, as was mentioned before, there's a growing number of those who are unable to meet their RA capacity requirements because of this problem. And I don't think it ceases anytime soon. If you've taken a look at material from the SB 100, the estimate is growing the resources year over year for the next 20 plus years by high 6 to low 7 gigawatt range for that entire period of time. So to believe that we are going to be out of capacity problems anytime soon is, in my opinion, a bit of a stretch. So I guess from an overall perspective, that's where I'm sitting at this point. I'm happy to answer the other questions. Like I said, everybody else has kind of touched on all the other things that I don't think are necessary for me to double up on.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Bertha, did you have any comments you wanted to make? You were on, I just wanted to, you said them already.
Yeah, I gave my opening comments. So yeah, I think it'd be probably more worthwhile to open it up for discussion to, yeah, maybe participants for, like basically for everybody, including sort of the audience, to be asked questions.
I would like to pose a question, because this has come up a few times, and for someone that's not, I did not grow up in this area. I know the Eastern capacity markets. The juxtaposition of the CPUC having 1 in 10 reliability sort of authority, but at the same time, the CAISO running the system and needing to maintain reliability. We saw in a lot of the comments, or at least some of the comments, that there was some disagreement, and I think we're hearing it again now, on the role of LOLE and the role of the CAISO in maintaining and ensuring system reliability. Can the panelists comment on how they believe that interaction should take place. I know that Noah said maybe it's the CAISO giving that information to the LRAs and having it come back with, this is how you would meet it. But we have another position that says that's not really the CAISO's job.
I'll take a shot at that. I think historically, since the early 2008, 2006 is when the RA program, I think, started. 5, yeah. The PUC having 90% of the ISO load structured the RA program to ran an LLE study. I think came up with a range of PRM. Nothing, I think, in the PUC realm has actual 0.1 LLE sort of embedded in stone. I think there's a recent Senate bill somewhere, maybe talking about that now. But right, and Assembly bill. Thank you. And so I think the ISO since then has been a partner with the PUC on its RA program. However, as I've mentioned before, since 2015, 2017 timeframe, because we've had a lot of renewable resources come in without changes to the RA programs, PRM and LLE analysis, we created a system where there was artificial surplus, if you will. And so this is when you saw a lot of thermal resources retire, once through cooling as well. And so when you start sort of doing that, you retire about 4 gigs, I think it was at the time. And without modifying the RA program, the PRM, you will lose, or you will worsen your reliability standard beyond the 0.1. And we can see that even now. Was it 2 years ago? The decision from the PUC to set the PRM at 17%, right, for this year was based on sort of the realization, if you will, of that they have a deficiency in, not deficiency, actual deficiency, but, supply efficiency, I guess, for that. And so they set a PRM that is well below 0.1, in my opinion here, but gave the IOUs the task of creating procuring up to 22.5% PRM, please, or effective PRM. Correct me if I'm wrong here, please. And so I think given that, what we have in front of us, and the ISO, I think, put out some information on other POUs, munis, and their PRM processes, it is unclear in aggregate whether or not the entire system is reliable. And I think the ISO sort of needs to take a step in making sure that it has the capability to ensure reliability. Otherwise, we're going to see potentially another 2020 event. I don't understand. So maybe Eric, please. I don't understand why, based on sort of those facts from the PUC of not doing or not setting the PRM correctly, why shouldn't the ISO take that ownership?
Guess I'm not sure I agree that the PUC said it incorrectly. PUC said they haven't had enough time to do the full PRM study, and so they are undertaking that. They asked for excess PRM from the utilities in recognition that they've had some stressful events lately. The ISO is a party to the RA proceeding and has indeed weighed in frequently on whether or not the system was producing enough RA. They are heard just as any other party in that proceeding. So I'm not convinced that they don't have a voice there. I think that they most definitely do and should. But when it comes to who is going to set that standard, the way that it got set was that the local regulatory authorities set it, the ISO put it in their tariff, said if you do not set a standard, then this is what we are going to use. So I appreciate that the ISO has put out some information as to what other LRAs have used. I appreciate that they've put out some order of magnitude as to what that means to overall reliability. But that's the way that the system has worked. Again, I would ask the question of, if you're going to insist that RA has to meet a 1 in 10 LOLE at the ISO, then why are we not placing the IRP at the ISO's feet as well? And we don't, because it uses the same 1 in 10 LOLE. We do the same study methodology. We take a look at the same factors in trying to develop resources for those future years.
Thanks, Eric. This is Parthmel Vakar for the CAISO, and at least I'll take it maybe a slightly different direction. I think there's probably lots of lessons learned, and we're always sort of learning from sort of what's happening in the markets. But at least, like when we look at like the standing up of the Western Resource Adequacy Program, which we're certainly very supportive of. We're certainly confident that they're going to be successful. They recently had a letter from the participants in terms of saying, there's various rationales including that letter, but one was sort of a sense of participants of the inability to meet the requirements that are being set by RAP. And that, I think that often within these, and that there's a few other drivers, including like increased requirements because of some of the high load events. And there are some other challenges with resource build out and development that was cited in that letter. But as well as on our end, I think there's sort of a lot of assumptions in terms of like what's going to be available, what's going to be available on the ties. But I think in the long run, I really do think that the LRAs are, they're committed to having a reliable grid. And there really is not a matter of like, I think that often there's like a false division created where it's like the ISO is the one who wants to maintain reliability and the LRAs don't. But like, I think that part of like the modeling work and part of the build out and the development of the IRP is really to get us back on track. And there really has been sort of significant progress made, both in terms of the study processes, the analysis, and in terms of like the order procurement and sort of the ratcheting up of the PRMs. And so I think there are sort of certain implications of sort of setting higher PRMs as recognized in terms of the ability of participants to meet them in the short run. But for me, at least, I would think about like how do we focus on long-term solutions that really allow that transparency, that information to go back to participants, as well as sort of effective backstop processes within the ISO's control going forward. But to me, creating this division, just to me, like I don't believe there is an LRA out there that's really thinking in the long run, like, no, we don't want to build enough resources in order to maintain a grid within the, a reliable grid within the CAISO BA. I think everyone's committed to it. It's probably more about how do we continue the efforts to get back on track and how do we sort of reform our RA processes. But that's my own take.
Hey, it's Perry. So, I'm not quite sure I see the need for a linkage between an organization that is responsible for forward planning and an IRP needing to, for some reason be CAISO, if CAISO also wants to do a close-in reliability study to make sure that it can keep the lights on in the upcoming month. I mean, a lot of things change between what happens in the IRP and the assumptions versus the fleet that you get once you get into the month in. And I just think that at the end of the day, it's not the regulator that has to go to FERC if the lights go out. It's CAISO that has to go to FERC and explain why. So I think just from a structure standpoint, CAISO has the obligation to meet its reliability standards. If it comes up with a study in which it can do in a month in that says, hey, even though based on the RA program, people were only 150 megawatts short. If its close-in study says we're going to be 250 short, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm reading what you're saying is we just go in short. We don't go after the extra 100 megawatts, and we know we have a risk of the lights going out, which comes with then federal regulatory risk and everything else.
I don't think we don't go after them. That's why the ISO has a backstop mechanism. So I guess if the question is if the PUC's result produces an outcome that isn't going to meet reliability, all the LRAs, if it produces an outcome that's not going to produce reliability, so just suppose for a moment that they set the PRM at negative 42%, then yeah, I guess the state sets something where they know they're going to have rotating outages. I just don't see that happening. So if the state is doing its due process and they are looking at what the planning reserve margin ought to be, and they are targeting that number, then if LSEs fail to produce that number, the ISO has the capability to backstop it. The capability being that they have the process to do it, not that they'll actually get the megawatts because of the scarcity of resources throughout WEC that I talked about earlier. Sorry, did I miss something about that question? I'm not sure I answered it.
You got it. I think I'm there with you on if we were just looking at, say, the CPUC, but I think what CAISO has indicated in its slides and prior working groups is that not all the LRAs do the same level of service, if you will. However, at the end of the day, it's CAISO holding the bag. So in my mind, I've always seen it as the entity that's responsible for it does a study to figure out if they can meet it or not. And everybody knows they're going to do that study and knows that methodology, and they'll backstop to that study so that we can have a reliable system once we get to the month-end sort of time frame. What I was just sort of keying in on is the fact that even if they did that today, they still can't go after more than the total deficiency that's there. And to me, that's kind of eye-opening, at least as someone who wants to have their AC on in the middle of summer. Maybe we eke it out, but it won't be with committed capacity that's committed to this balancing authority area. It's not committed via the RA programs, the various RA programs, and it's not committed via backstop CPM to CAISO's reliability standard, then it's capacity that can leave the state. It'll go to the next highest bidder. So I didn't necessarily see a problem with, CAISO, going after its own reliability imperative here, at least in this time frame.
So let me give 3 answers to that. The first one is that the ISO doesn't have the ability to allocate costs correctly in that situation. If all the LRAs got what they said they were going to get, the ISO is going to backstop it and then bill it to everybody. That's an inappropriate result. Second, if the issue really is some smaller LRAs using a lower standard, the information I saw the ISO put out suggested the order of magnitude of it is so small that it doesn't really seem to be making a difference. The third that I would give is that if it really is an order of magnitude that is significant and the ISO is worried about it, why are those LRAs not on this panel?
Yeah, good questions. I mean, those are things that we could work out in the policy development process. I think there's a way to do it that would be fair. And actually, CAISO has done that in its structure of the flexible RA product, where they have the requirements on the individual LSEs, but they have a further breakdown of the LRA as a whole. And to the extent that the regulator does not set a cost allocation scheme for its LRA, the CAISO has a default cost allocation scheme. But CAISO first divvies out the cost allocation of a flexible RA deficiency to the LRA, and then it lets the LRA divvy out among its members. To the extent that the LRA does not have that method, the CAISO then has a default method there. You could follow that same structure on a system-wide CPM or a local CPM as well. And so we've been there, we've done that, we've figured that all out. I didn't see really a hang up there.
Steve, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I want to talk about something that you said, Eric, that the CAISO should then just do the IRP. I think there's a distinction between IRP and RA, and especially in terms of the way you do the LOLE studies and do reliability. IRP is looking out many years out and doing like an annual type look, and it's also incorporating all these other things like what type of resource do you need to have and various things. The RA part of that is much more of an, I hesitate using the word, but operational. It's more, they're looking a month ahead or maybe a year ahead and trying to see exactly what's going to happen in that month or that year with the resources that are already there. Because you're not building them at that point. They're two different things, and I don't think there's a problem with having that split. Because I do see a distinction between what the two, what they're doing.
So just because I don't want to get misquoted in the media, I did not say that the ISO should do the IRP. I said, what's the difference between them? The ISO does not do IRP right now. It is indeed the state that takes care of that. And we've got the same mechanism really for RA where the state takes care of that. Instead of it being the CEC like it is for IRP, the CEC puts out a load forecast, all the LRAs decide what their requirements are. So they are very similar in that fashion. I get that they're over different timeframes, but nonetheless, it just does draw the question, why is one of them the jurisdiction of the state and there's suggestions here that the other should be the jurisdiction of the ISO?
Abdul, you want to go ahead?
Thanks, Danielle. Abdul Muhammad Ali from CAISO. I didn't know the media is listening, so everything I'm about to say is off the record. So I piled up a bunch of questions because there's a lot of discussion going on. I think important thing to remember, the slide about the CSP offers. So whenever we say CAISO backstop, CAISO, we defer to CAISO backstop, or CAISO should backstop if whatever. Remember that slide. Without addressing that slide, we're just saying theoretical stuff. CAISO won't be able to backstop, even if it wanted to, because of that. So let's always, and I think remember that. And quick thing, I agree with Mary that the credit issue should be addressed ASAP. It's an issue for the LSCs and it's issue for CAISO, as I said in the slide I put there about visibility and the CPM decision process and reliability. Going back to this discussion, and then I have a question for Perry about his slides. I think Noah and Perry, I think you guys are tag teaming this issue about the LOLE and 0.1 study. So basically, I think what you're saying is, regardless of the assumptions and the rules that are set for the RA program, which is done in collaboration between the CAISO and the LRAs, AKA the forecasts used, the PRM and the accounting rules, what you're suggesting is the CAISO runs a study and could be potentially based on different assumptions. But the goal of the study is to assess the reliability of the shown RA fleet against targets that might not have been assumed in the RA world, like a 0.1 LOLE. If that's the case, are you saying the CAISO should backstop and procure additional capacity, assuming we can, based on whatever reliability assessment we introduce?
Yeah, this is Perry. I think that it's not unsimilar to what you're doing today after the trigger set that you can go CPM. You are doing something, as we talked about this morning, behind the scenes to try to figure out if you should or should not engage in that backstop. What I'm saying is, why not make that something you're doing a reliability criteria with a set study methodology, and you define the level of reliability that you're going for in the month in order to serve load. One way to do that, and it's a vetted way to do it, is through some kind of loss of load expectation study. Just to your last point, though, I'd say in that instance, there's nothing wrong if that value comes out to be less than, which often happens today under what you guys do in your behind the closed doors. But I wouldn't say that if it came out to be more or a little bit more or a lot more, I wouldn't say that's the wrong answer. But the issue I see is today you're not able to go CPM for that. Let's assume that the capacity's there to go get it just for this. But why? That's kind of been my question. If you have the ultimate reliability responsibility.
If you look at what Aditya or the ISO is proposing to do, which is to take the year ahead showings, and if you assume that the year ahead showings are all 100%, meeting 100% of the monthly requirements, essentially that's what you are suggesting, that the ISO will run the analysis against the PRM on an aggregated basis, and let's see where it all falls out, right? What if that is 0.5 What if that's 0.2? What if it's 0.05? But right now, if it's 0.05, fantastic, right? But if there's a deficiency, even to the 0.05, the ISO will say, hey, we're better than 0.1. We don't need to go backstop. But if it comes out to 0.5, the ISO is stuck. If everybody's full and the ISO is stuck, where are we going?
Could I just make one follow-up? And this is not proposing that we should do this, just trying to understand the implications. From a timing perspective, obviously part of the study process, as, the contracting might not be fully done. Are we, is the CAISO sort of, in your model, are we getting in there and competing against LRAs at the same time to procure capacity? And the second one might just be more of a price cap market power question. Like whether, like right now in the bilateral processes, there's various things that the different LSCs do to procure. Like, how do you view the ISO getting into that space? What does that process look like under your proposal in terms of like price cost considerations?
This is why I was saying before with my conversation with Mary that I think your year 2 to 4 study would provide that sort of those incentives, if you will, I guess, those metrics that LRA should shoot for. And then when the year ahead actually comes in, that's where, similar to probably your summer assessment, you're going to make various assumptions, whatever. That's where rubber meets the road, right? Hopefully, you've given enough runway for people to procure to meet 100%, and we don't have to actually do that. But in the case we do, then yes, you should. If people have not procured, you should. That's your job. Sorry.
That's helpful. So you're imagining a model where there is now a 100% requirement year ahead. And so that's the deadline that's now been set. And so, okay.
Yeah, and before you say put that in your comments, we did that like 3 comments ago. Just so everybody, I'm on record for that.
Yeah, I do remember it, Noah, but the processing takes a second, so.
But the analysis you suggested to do, to just first like assess what is the level of the PRM right now, I think that should be the starting point for these analyses. But we put that in our comments too.
Yeah, I think just to kind of finish the thought, I think that's exactly what we talked about with the modeling process is to evaluate the default PRM accounting rules. But I think you're saying potentially now or later move beyond that. And I think to your point, I think Perry, you asked, today what we're doing is we're obviously sticking to the assumptions that are set by the CAISO, LRA combo rules, which is the forecast and the PRM and all that. So that's today. Today's the key thing is we're limited by what is triggered as a problem based on these assumptions, except obviously significant event or ED, that we have more flexibility there. But I think I get your point, appreciate it. Last question I have is, Perry, your slides. I think what you're saying is resources that are not COD yet to be potentially counted if they're going to be COD between T-30 and T-0 for the CAISO to assume it's going to be online. That's essentially the gist of your proposal.
Yeah, could you go to my last slide of my proposal?
We just in real time got the panelist questions up. So yeah, thanks for the people who requested that. And yeah.
Okay. So yeah, essentially we'd be saying if a resource is scheduled to be COD within that T-30, the T-0 time frame, or we set some other deadline, it would show up on the plans as of T-30. So CAISO is not taking in any new information from any entity. And what this does is it makes sure that an LSE that would be relying on that resource, they wouldn't put it on their plan unless it's the last thing that they have available, because there's still the risk at that point that it doesn't go COD. So then the CAISO would use that information in its CPM decision-making process, which it could move to be closer to T-0 after things have come COD. And it could then decide at that point, oh, we got all these new megawatts. Some LSE showed me, some supplier also showed me. That means it must be under contract. That gives you that visibility. If it does come online, it counts as RA, push it into the system as RA. Cost allocation, let's say you're still short. You can still be short. You can have an individual shortage, whatever. The cost allocation can always be done after T-0 once you've confirmed if everything has come online or which ones have not come online and who is relying on those.
So we wait till T-0 to trigger a CPM?
I didn't want to get into the implementation, but you do get pretty close now. I won't say T-0, but you get pretty close now. You've demonstrated that you can do it as of T-5. We've waited for COD resources that last August, I should say. We CPM'd a resource that went online that got COD at T-5. That to me tells me once you know you're going to do it, at least, hey, that's a resource that could have been contracted, right? In which case you wouldn't have had the CPM. You just need to know, oh yeah, that's coming online. And then it does successfully come online and you have it.
Okay.
That's just that, there's more to it, but the point I wanted to make on this slide was just in the bottom part here. Yes, I understand you have to make a decision sometime prior to the month starting.
Right.
That's kind of the reason. And then I just wanted to make the point that you can work out the cost allocation after the start of the month when the data is final, like what went online, what didn't go online. And then last thing, sorry, Noah's chomping at the bit here. But then the other thing is like, okay, how do you do that? Because today you look to your NQC list as a validation, right? And you can't be on the NQC list unless you're COD, right? So those I see that as more of a technology sort of thing. Perhaps they're adding another field or something as a not yet COD that can still be shown or something. But I didn't want to get into the proposal there. I think there's a way to work through the last 3 bullets on the slide here.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation. I think that I promise you one thing, the more you get into the details, the more it's going to get complicated because COD, for example, doesn't mean what do they qualify for? Are they deliverable? That's where we get into NQC. That's why we require NQC. And then COD, we've seen it all the time. People fail last minute, some kind of test or whatever, and they don't make it in time. So it could get the volatility in the or uncertainty in the COD, and then the more time crunch you put us on, even if we go to that robot that you put, the AI kind of, I appreciate that.
You already have that robot.
I don't know if we have the robot. It's pretty nice.
Dual.
Oh, okay. Human intelligence. All right. Human intelligence still needs some leg room, but okay, I appreciate it. I just wanted some feedback here.
I'll give it back to Noah, but the point is that you had a situation in August in which you were probably put in that same spot. Is this thing at T-5 going to go COD or not? And we need it. The decision back then, though, was, yes, it made COD, we can CPM it. Under this type of policy that we're proposing, the decision would simply be, yes, it went COD, it was counted on a plan, it's now RA, you don't need to CPM it.
Perry, this doesn't allow new resources to show up on an RA plan. It is simply to allow them to make their offers into the CSP.
No, we would say to structure it so that they can be on the RA plan.
Right.
In the instance that these guys actually still then do need the CPM, it wouldn't count on their plan. So LSEs wouldn't include it unless it's the last thing they have to rely on.
Right, but what prevents a new resource there to essentially just displace existing resources that would meet those same requirements?
I'd say an LSE would not do that because there's still the risk that the resource it would depend on doesn't go COD.
So then if there's a risk for the LSE, then they shouldn't show it. They can just simply put it under the CPM CSP as soon as they go COD, which they can do now, I think, under the intra-month CPM or CSP, right?
Yeah, they would, but the CAISO uses the CSP to initiate CPM rather than just counting as a contracted RA resource that's online and available to provide RA. Are you getting into like, maybe there's a way to implement it through
No,
that process?
what I'm suggesting is I think the mechanism exists now. Granted, it may not be available for month ahead CPM efficiencies, but it would be available because it is the ISO's CPM designation is still discretionary. They could wait until intra-month to issue an intra-month CPM designation on the new resource that just received or that just achieves you.
Yeah, we would just say if it was already contracted, shouldn't be a CPM, call it something else. And don't incur the cost allocation for it.
Can I ask if we have any questions on the phone?
There are no questions. Thank you. Do we have any questions on the phone only line?
There are no questions on the phone line at this time.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
So I think one of the, this is for question 3, I think one of the sort of thoughts in my mind is, we kind of talked about before, the current CPM soft offer cap, even while it has been raised to $88.08 or starting in June, it is still static. It is a flat value. Oh, no, per year, 88.08 per year. No, that's okay. I think for it is still static for the entire year. I think if it were to reflect properly sort of the demand curve for the RA program, by shaping it, you might get more offers, if you will, that can for people to provide capacity into.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the regions are going, right? Where it's not a flat value, it's seasonal, it's slice of day. It all sort of starts to intermingle with energy sufficiency, with resource adequacy. It all starts to sort of come together, which I think part of what slice of day is, or in large part what slice of day is doing.
I don't know the process, but you can always file at FERC if your costs are above for some season, or do you have any feedback on that? How many people actually file at FERC to justify that the costs they have is above the soft offer cap?
Are you asking if somebody went to FERC asking for above? I think Abdul said no.
We haven't received any FERC approved request above the soft offer cap. I don't know if anyone even filed, but we haven't received. Yeah, so they file with FERC. If they approve it, FERC comes back and says, we approve it, and then we pay them for it. We haven't received an approval. I don't know if anyone actually requested, but probably not. Yeah. Of course, yeah. It's open for them to do that, yeah.
So I guess I'll go next. This is Perry at CISA. I can kind of comment on this last one. If we still have time, do we?
We do. I was actually just going to ask about that one, that energy sufficiency, because that's sort of, what we've been talking about a little bit. And we saw several comments in there that had some differing views on the interaction between energy sufficiency and resource adequacy and how that gets addressed.
This is Mary on the phone. Sorry. I have some thoughts on that too, but I'm happy to wait for Perry.
Okay. Thanks, Mary.
Okay. So, my view of this is that a lot of this is worked out within the IRP itself, and the IRP uses the loss of load expectation model, which does an 8760 for 15 years into the future. So we're, at least on the long end, we're trying to make sure that the right resources get built, and it would result in a mix of resources that are reliable, that would take into account the charging sufficiency and the methodology that they use. I think where you can run into the issue that it looks like you're talking about here is once you get close in, right? Once things change, right, between IRP, what we thought it was going to be 10 years ago versus now in an annual process for next year, or even for a month ahead process for next month. And this is why I think that it's really important to do something similar to what Noah's talking about and base it on an actual reliability type study, because that would really, that's sort of the other side of the coin, if you will, what Slice of Day is doing, except you're actually basing it on a proven methodology for doing it. So there's issues with just say, I don't know if you guys were entertaining it, but there's issues to just say, oh, we will also go to a Slice of Day type of hourly look at the capacity, which would probably, it's probably easier and more precise and better from a reliability perspective to use a known study methodology to do that, like an LOLE study.
Mary, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, thanks. So on the topic of energy sufficiency, so I see a link there between that topic and the earlier discussion about, you know, who sets the PRM, or should we use the 0.1 LOLE standard? And to be clear, you know, ARM has supported setting PRMs based on a 0.1 LOLE standard. And I'm loath to weigh in on whether, you know, it's really the CAISO or the LRAs that have the jurisdiction there. I think the authority issue, even from a legal standpoint. But to me, you know, I think the greater risk of missing on the LOLE isn't from, you know, who's setting the standard, or is it being studied properly, or what? It's this resource mix. It's this energy sufficiency question, and we're adding all these batteries. And there really isn't a good technical manual off the shelf that says, okay, this is how you can count a battery toward a PRM or toward a 0.1 LOLE standard. Like, that just doesn't exist. And as long as it is sort of a murky, thorny technical question, I think there's going to be a lot of angst from CAISO, from LRAs, from policymakers, from everyone about whether the system is reliable or not. And so I think that, you know, this issue is really, really important. And I would love to hear more from the CAISO about that issue. And, you know, obviously, yes, Steve brought up the Slice of Day from the CPUC. It's been a multi-year effort. And, you know, I've heard things about Slice of Day, you know, supporting, and, you know, seems to have its detractors, and sort of still maybe remaining somewhat controversial or, you know, under development. But I would just be interesting to hear from the CAISO about it, or about what the CAISO as an institution is going to do about, you know, this is evolving energy mix, or resource mix. And I just think that's very important. So I'll put that in as a plug. Thanks.
Sure, I'm happy to kick it off, and I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in. I know this could be, there's a lot of interminglings. DT is in this room, and I know that he's leading our modeling efforts, and there's certainly an overlap in terms of our modeling and our default counting and PRMs that will be happen, particularly as we move towards more storage. But I think one thing, and I think Perry may have alluded to this before too, is like, we're talking about our backstop, and maybe we're talking about our monthly processes. There might be, you know, specific outages or specific significant changes to the resource mix to where this really wasn't what we're planning for. This really wasn't what was being procured in the monthly processes. But now we want to have, you know, as we get, you know, I'm going to use your number, Perry, you know, 18,000 megawatts of battery storage, you know, the portfolio effects of the different resource types becomes increasingly important. So making sure that we're backstopping and procuring the right mix to sort of fit in together and to meet a 0.1 LOE will become increasingly important. And so, like, to me, it's a much more complicated endeavor in terms of like what the products look like, how we're actually doing the procurement, what those things look like. But, you know, to me, like, it starts with the modeling efforts, and it starts with sort of being able to ground ourselves in sort of what the relative contribution of resources looks like, and establishing via IRP that reliable portfolio. But to me, like, what at least we're focused on here, at least I'm focused on, is really that CPM processes and that backstop that might really be portfolio dependent. But I don't know, Perry, do you have a different view or anything you'd expand on?
No, I think I agree with that. I just wanted to first push back on that notion that there's not like a proven method to do this. There's a, you know, Slice of Day, I would say, is the unproven method to do this type of analysis. There is a proven method to do it, and that's using an ELCC or loss of load expectation type study that looks at a full 8760 or in a month a 744. To
That,
make
I
sure that
totally
we're-
disagree with that, I have to say. For batteries, I totally disagree, but keep going.
So there are, 7 other ISOs that I think most of them use an ELCC type study, which takes into account an 8760 look. I don't know if anyone can say that an 8760 look is not considering the charging sufficiency of a battery to determine an ELCC value. It does by definition.
Yeah, I disagree with that because you still have to know what the resource mix is there to charge it. So the ELCC value that you get as a result depends on other resources on your system.
Right. It determines the reliability value of a battery on the system. That's what an ELCC, given the makeup of the system, that's what an ELCC value does. The risk you run into if you go to a slice of day type approach is that it's an unproven methodology that has clear drawbacks in terms of how it values that resource. And one of the biggest risks is that if the resource is not shown because, say, an individual LSC doesn't have excess, what it suggests to the ISO is that the battery somehow has less value. But the fact is the reliability value of the battery is exactly the same because those excess megawatts are going to flow to the grid because the underlying resources are procured and will be dispatched by the CAISO. So really what you have is an issue. What the slice of day issue sort of introduces is that you now have 40 different entities that will value a battery different from each other, and none of those values are equal to the actual reliability value that the battery provides to the CAISO.
Yeah, I don't agree with just saying that ELCCs are an accepted methodology and don't have any, because you think about it from a planning perspective and you look at what the CPUC is doing for IRP and you see there's not just an ELCC, like there's a whole ELCC surface between storage and resources, especially solar, because that's the dominant new resource that we're building in California. So there's not just like one ELCC you can pluck out of the air to tell you how to count a battery. Like it's just not
I
that
disagree
simple.
with that. There is, once you're close in, you know the resource, you know the steel that's in the ground, you can run that study and determine an ELCC on that. What's different, and the reason you're seeing a surface in the IRP is because it's doing a capacity expansion selection. And it needs to have a surface because it needs to weigh the difference between procuring more solar, procuring more wind, and procuring more battery. That's why it's a surface in an IRP capacity expansion sense.
But I
Once you
still
get
don't think,
close in
even if you
CAISO,
know the steel in the ground, there are still uncertainties in your load shape, and your hydro availability.
that's exactly what the LOLE study would study.
Could I offer this? This is great. I will say for a DTA who's here in the room and leading some of our MON discussions, it sounds like he's going to have a lot of fun with stakeholders in terms of leading some of those processes forward, particularly on the LOLE studies and our default counting and PRM processes. So yeah, more to come, but maybe we have Danny on point to lead our next discussion on some EDAM RSE topics. Danny, if it's okay, would you think a 10-minute break would be warranted this time? That'd be okay with you? So maybe I'll suggest for people on the phone, we regroup in 10 minutes. Is that okay with you, Danielle?
Yep, we'll regroup in 10. And thank you to the panel very much. It's always good to hear some very respectful debate.
All right, everyone, welcome back from break. I'll give everyone a second here to get situated. Okay, our next item on the agenda today is a discussion from Danny and Hillary on projected EDAM RSE shortfalls. So with that, I will turn things over to Danny and Hillary.
Thanks. I'm Danny Johnson. I am here with the California ISO. I'm in the market design group, and I have Hillary here with me today. So you want to say anything, Hillary?
Good morning, everybody. Well, afternoon. I'm Hillary Staver. I am a recently new member of the policy team here at the ISO, and I'll be working on this issue going forward. So I look forward to hearing the discussion today and working with all of you in the future.
So there's two things that I wanted to talk about today, and everybody in this room or on this call is probably saying, why are we talking about EDAM in an RA working group meeting? And it's a fair question, but to us, at least, it's an open question. On one hand, we have a couple slides about some emergency operator actions, which the CAISO as a BAA will be taking that do potentially impact RA and potential CPMs. The second part is a much broader discussion about how the CAISO as a BAA will participate in the EDAM. The EDAM design is at a BAA level, so ultimately the CAISO's ability to participate in an unfettered manner will be a function of all of the RA plans that we are operating within our BAA. So that's the potential tie-in to RA, which I think we can talk a little bit more about in a slide or two. So can we go to the next slide? What is the EDAM RSC? So the EDAM has a few different elements. The RSC is essentially a resource adequacy test that on a next day basis is looking at each BA's ability to meet all of their own obligations on a standalone basis. This is not a tool that the ISO has right now to assess its capacity position going into the day ahead market. This is new and it is coming as part of EDAM. It will look at on an hourly basis the forecasted demand, the uncertainty requirements for the BA, as well as the ancillary service requirements. Functionally, this is another pass of our day ahead market. We're adding a few passes as part of EDAM. So it's going to be really similarly structured to the IFM. The primary differences are going to be that transmission limits and transmission constraints will not be enforced. It's more of a capacity feasibility test. There's a rich policy discussion on if transmission deliverability effectively should be tested for by enforcing those constraints. But it was an open question on if that would increase accuracy when you move beyond just a BAA level test and you're running the whole market. There can be counterflows between energy injections at different nodes. So we decided at least initially not to enforce transmission limitations. The other big notable difference is that we're not using pure price quantity pairs. We're just using quantities. The objective function in the EDAM RSC isn't to minimize cost. It's rather to minimize shortfalls of any of the three products that I identified. So your demand, your uncertainty, or your ancillary service requirements. It's just trying to minimize that to test if the BAA can operate on a standalone basis. This test is run between 6 and 10 a.m. Prior to running the day ahead market. I think the current design calls for it to be run on a half-hour basis. At 9 a.m., the inputs to the test are fixed. So your demand forecast, your uncertainty requirements, your AS requirements. And then that allows every BAA, including the CAISO, an hour to figure out what it needs to do to address its capacity position to be able to operate on a standalone basis prior to EDAM. As part of the EDAM policy, this test does provide for the ability to account for demand response and emergency supply. So it's not purely just looking at RA supply, it's all supply or tools available to each BAA prior to their participation. And then I kind of previewed the potential tie-in on RA. There are financial surcharges or potential revenue allocations that can arise as a function of this test. We had a policy initiative last year that established a pro rata cost allocation for, say, for example, RSC failure surcharges. So this is on the books policy. In that initiative, though, we committed to, in the RA working group space, kind of bring up, is there an appropriate tie-in here to RA? You can envision a world where the RA plans that are submitted to the CAISO would serve as a good baseline for a more accurate cost causation-based cost allocation, right? Like right now it's peanut buttered. I think we've heard a lot of issues today about is that reasonable? And I don't think we have the answers, but we wanted to at least table this item here for discussion to the extent that everybody here thinks it's appropriate. We have a venue of which we can potentially design a more accurate cost causation. Not seeing any questions. Well, I'll pause. Are there any questions? Going once, going twice. You'll have a
Looks
chance
like-
after the next slide.
Looks like we have a hand from Peter Griffiths. Is that an old hand, Peter, or is that a new one?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
That's an old hand, but I have a new question for this. The slide basically says you are not enforcing transmission limits.
Yeah.
But your plan to in the future, is that right?
It's an open question. It's a direct trade-off on compute time versus accuracy of the test. Because if you're testing on a BAA but standalone basis, your power flows are going to look quite different than they would if you're running the market on a whole footprint. So our plan coming out of EDAM was to observe if BAAs were passing with essentially stranded capacity. And to the extent they were, table maybe limited transmission constraint implementation and enforcement.
So that would be for all BAAs.
Yeah, I think we would want every rule in the EDAM to equally apply to every BAA. But absent knowing that we need it yet, we tabled it for now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we want to go to the next slide? All right, so the second half of this presentation is what the CAISO would look to do if it sees a potential failure of the EDAM RSC. And the way we're viewing this is that effectively this is a new operational tool that will provide our system operators a better visibility on our capacity position prior to running the day-ahead market. From their perspective, they want to be able to be sure that the ISO as a BA is able to meet their own load. And so to the extent the EDAM RSC forecasts maybe a significant potential shortfall in CAISO's ability to be solvent on its own, they would, consistent with their good utility practice and operator discretion, have the ability to ED resources, if there are any available that aren't being accounted for, to cure any potential shortfall. This is not inconsistent with their existing authority. Right now, they have the discretion to ED on these timelines. This is simply going to provide a much more accurate tool that informs the capacity position from which they would be making that assessment. Any questions? I promise to check again, Isabella. Okay, then I think we have one final slide. This is noting, I think we have a question.
No, Tom, for middle river power, can you go back one slide real quick? And is the exceptional dispatch CPM on the sort of remaining with the 30-day and 60-day timeframe? Is that your expectation?
It would follow for now the existing timeframe and process if an ED went out to a non-RA resource. I think there's also an opportunity through this RA working group structure to see if there is a better and a more targeted tool to address this type of capacity deficiency.
And you're not here because it's an ED. You're not limited to. Well, you're sort of foregoing, bypassing the RA need itself. It's just simply what you need for tomorrow's demand forecast.
Yeah, right? And to us at least, like I've had these debates with Aditya and Partha. All this RA stuff is trying to plan for what you actually need operationally. This is a really good tool because on a day-ahead basis, it's going to tell you how good your planning was or not, and then provides a basis and kind of a factual. What's the right word? It just provides the amount of potential shortfall that a BA would be exposed to take corrective action on.
Because your forecast from the CEC which was set, a year ago is as we know about all forecasts.
I have a great, I don't want to speak in absolutes ever in a policy discussion, but I have a great deal of confidence that our day ahead forecast for the next day is going to be better than the CEC's forecast from a year ago.
I would agree with you on that one.
But yeah, to your point, it could trigger an EDCPM. I see.
We have another question from Peter.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess my question is would an ED of an energy only resource to be able to meet this need also trigger a CPM?
I would have to defer to somebody more fluent in RA than me. Abdul?
Yeah, this is Abdul. Yes, any ED that is EDCPM is tied or capped at PMAX. So if we exceptionally dispatch a resource, even if it's energy only, it would still trigger an EDCPM as far as I know.
So you would be counting non-deliverable capacity as resource adequacy?
Only for EDCPM?
No. Well, Peter, yeah, this is David Zlotlo here with the ISO. I think what you said, we would be counting it as RA capacity.
You would be if you gave it a CPM.
We would be counting it we would need it for the energy for the next day. And then that our reliance on that resource that was non-RA triggers the CPM offer. But I don't think we're necessarily going to be, counting it as RA.
You wouldn't then credit it to the LSEs the next month?
No,
I'm confused.
Well, the ED CPM is too short of a time frame to trigger credits.
Oh, no, it's not. If it's 60 days.
I thought it was 30 days, right?
Well, it can be 60.
Well, 60 or 30. The only CPM type that we give credit for is year ahead. So EDCPM would not get credits by its CPM capacity. If that's what, Peter, if you're asking, is this CPM capacity? Yes, it's CPM capacity, not RA capacity to be specific. And it does not get RA credits.
And Peter, I'd kind of want to add that this decision is not going to happen in a black box, right? This is operator discretion. If they know there's resources that are often going to be behind a active transmission constraint, they're not going to be able to access the energy. Like, that's something that they should be considering when they make their decision about how the CAISO is going to get capacity to meet its energy needs in the next day.
But if it were bid into the next day's market, then it would count.
If it was bid in, it would count. Yeah, it would bid in if it counts.
Okay,
But
I guess
think what
I'm
saying is that-
confused. I'm confused by the inconsistency, but we don't need to clear it up here.
Okay. To the extent that you want to have any further discussions on this, please feel free to reach out to me and we can try to get on the same page. I see David.
Well, let me
has
just
another
say
comment.
one more thing, and I hope this helps clarify things and doesn't add more, but I think confusion. But the point I think here is this isn't really a CPM question. First of all, this is really an ED question. Is the fact that, we're set up to probably fail the RSE, is that highlighting an operational issue that would create the basis of issuing an exceptional dispatch? That's really the threshold question. So if you say, yes, we're going to need to ED, then everything flows from that, just, in the same rules it does today. So that it's nothing new. We're going to need to issue an ED. If it's to RA capacity, then that's fine. It's just an ED. There's nothing to trigger CPM. If it's to non-RA capacity, then it's the existing rules about ED CPM. And it's really just a question of, is the ED going to RA capacity or non-RA capacity? But it's, this isn't.
Okay. So if I understand your answer correctly, then EDs to energy only resources now are offered a CPM. Is that correct?
It could be today for other reasons as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Steve Keen from Edison. I have a couple, follow-up questions on that. Would you offer an ED to an RA resource? Because, they have a must-offer obligation anyway, so why would you ED them?
We would probably not ED an RA resource. I don't think they all have or they all have must offer obligations. To the RA amount, I think is a little open, right? Because some of them, it's just
Right.
to RA to what you can produce or forecasting. But no, this would be more narrowly targeted to other resources that are potentially available that aren't under that construct.
But that also aren't online, right? I mean, if they've got bids in already, then
That's fine. But the bidding deadline, and we don't close the market till 10, right? So we do have a period when bids could be coming in, and there might be resources out there and they haven't submit bids where we would need them to.
and then another question, just because I don't know the answer. If you were to EDA energy only resource, and then could that be offered at CPM? I mean, can you CPM an energy only resource?
I thought I heard a dual answer yes, but I'll confirm that.
Yeah, no changes to the current process. Today, any resource, any non-RA capacity that we exceptionally dispatch, we have to offer CPM to that capacity, regardless of its status.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, there's other consequences. They have to respond to the exceptional dispatch. You know, if they can't respond, they're not going to get anything. But exceptional dispatch a resource, and it responds to our exceptional dispatch, then we have to offer it CPM capacity. And if they don't reject it, then that is a valid CPM. And I think what Danny's getting into in this process, and at least phase one, there's no changes, or we're not introducing any changes to that process or these rules. The only thing that we're saying here is, if we're seeing, deficiency or failure in the 9 a.m. advisory RC run, the last run, then we could exercise our existing exceptional dispatch authority to ED additional capacity that was not counted in the RC run, which means it's not going to be RA. And if it's RA, it's not going to get CPM, but it's not going to be RA. It didn't bid. Whatever is left, that's going to be exceptional dispatch.
I get that. My question was a little different. It's that could an energy only resource, one that doesn't have deliverability, can they accept a CPM?
Yeah, this is today's existing rules. For ED only, yeah. Only ED CPM, which is what we're talking about. All types of CPM are capped at NQC. The resource NQC value is the maximum value it can get CPM for. Exceptional dispatch is an exception to that rule, where if we exceptional dispatch a resource anywhere up to PMAX, which is our authority to exceptional dispatch a resource to PMAX, whatever capacity, non-RA capacity we tap into, we have to offer it CPM. Yeah, that's existing rules. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
See Noah first.
Have you thought about what this will do when you bring in UCAP? I mean, I know it's sort of like just sort of a reduction of capacity on thermal resources, but could this end up triggering more of such events? Because
basically a capacity contract for the haircut that UCAP would offer on the resource. That strikes me as possible under a UCAP construct. Artha?
Well, can I ask, you're really asking about the EDAM RSC test. So the EDAM RSC test doesn't factor in our counting rules.
Oh, absolutely not. It's bids.
Oh, yeah, it's bids into the market, including sort of our forecasts for renewal. Is that correct, Danny?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like there's really, so to me, like the rules that are applied to the RSC test are not necessarily in any way correlated to the counting rules that are being applied to the resources under LRA programs and then shown to be BR systems, except for the.
I was gonna say the tie-in might be those counting rules inform the must offer obligation eventually, which then kind of flows into what bids we have available.
Yeah, but even for UCAP, I mean, my expectation, like at least for like, let's just say for a wind and solar, we might have a counting methodology that derates them down based on the current, let's say this is the current methodology, and ELCC value. They still have a must offer obligation based on their forecast for their full amount of that resource that's contracted. I would think for UCAP it would be the same. I wouldn't anticipate that UCAP would derate a resource and that would translate to a lower must offer obligation in the CAISO's market And so therefore the bid should still be high to agree the resources available. And it should be that same amount of sort of, let's just say it's fully available, the nameplate amount. The UCAP value wouldn't necessarily have an impact on the RSE test in that respect.
Okay. I guess it's mainly because we have not talked in this forum at length about sort of the ISO's translation of UCAP into the must offer obligation yet. I was simply sort of extrapolating, thinking about current, using current ideas of UCAP being the new NQC, therefore setting the MOO at the UCAP value. But what you're suggesting is potentially we would translate it back into an NQC value to set the MOO.
Probably been a lot more discussion about UCAP than will need to happen in the policy phase. But for me, that would really undermine sort of that UCAP value itself, as if, you have a certain forced outage rate, but now you only have to offer 90% of it. Well, then should it be, that percentage of the 90? And is there a sort of spiral down to zero? So to me, like the whole foundational issue, I don't know, it looks like other people want to weigh in. John, do you have a good? No, can't hear you.
There we go. John Gooden, California ISO. So Noah, so the UCAP is again your counting, but your actual offer obligation is like your NQC. And what I would say is the best explanation for this was that 6th revised straw proposal from 2020 or 21. Yeah, exactly. But what was we introduced a new term? Remember, Abdul? It was the NQC, and then it was the
DQC.
DQC, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's that whole concept right there that Parther's explaining the difference between kind of what you count for RA versus what you have to offer.
So just so I'm tracking, you would be able to count for RA the DQC, but the NQC would still inform the must offer obligation under our latest thinking. Okay.
That's always, yeah.
Thank you guys for correcting me.
Yeah, but I
coming
think,
up with new acronyms.
I think regardless, though, at the end of the day, it's like they said, it's bids and RSC. So whatever counting rules we end up with and whatever must offer obligation we end up with, that's what's going to drive the RA capacity to bid into the RSC. And whatever shortage we see, it's what's not bid in, whether it's RA or non-RA. That's ultimately what's bidding. So if the counting rules are more restrictive, we might end up with less bids or the same bids. It's, at the end of the day, the energy bids are different than whatever we're assuming in the capacity accounting a year in advance or whatever.
Harry, do you still have a question?
We do have a hand in queue from Eric Little.
Okay.
It's Eric from CalCCA. So I do have a couple of concerns about this. The first one is that a CPM is 30 days at a minimum to cover a need that could be 1 hour. And that seems awfully excessive to be buying capacity for 30 days to meet a 1 hour issue. It's not clear to me that any other BA is going to do that. So I think we should be looking at other mechanisms to figure out whether or not we can cure EDAM RSE failures for the individual hour rather than looking at an entire month commitment to a resource. In fact, this might tie in relatively well to, I think, what Middle River Power had put out of having a bulletin board to know if there is replacement for RA capacity that is shorter than 1 month. Perhaps having some mechanism like that could help here. The second concern that I have is it's not clear to me that every other BA is going to say, guaranteed, I'm going to buy capacity rather than take on the premium payment. I think that somebody acting as an economic rational actor may look at it and say, for this particular hour, it would cost me less to pay the additional cost of the ISO's market in EDAM than it would for me to go out and get something to cure that RSE failure. So it's not clear to me that everybody is playing under the same set of rules. One, because we don't have capacity procured for the same amount of time, and two, because it's not clear that everybody's going to bind themselves to the same decision that the ISO is proposing here. So I would like us to think about this a little bit further before the ISO commits all of the LSEs in their area to guaranteed pay for a CPM each and every time this happens. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric, for your comments. I would kind of offer that I don't think we're binding all the LSEs and the CAISO BA to something new. This is existing authority. Like we have made EDs prior to running the day ahead market previously. This is not new. This is, to us at least, a more accurate way to make those informed decisions. To your point that there could be better ways of doing this, I think I'm in 100% agreement, 110% agreement, and that's what we want to explore. Oh, I see you.
Yeah, Eric, this is David. Again, I think the key thing is here, it says a significant projected EDAM RSC shortfall. And that I think is the important point that if it's a significant shortfall, even if it is just for an hour, but that significant shortfall, because say significant, that's going to impose a significant risk on the ISO BA operations. And so that's why it would, be reasonable to start looking at the ED that may trigger a 30-day TPM, but the idea is there's something real serious happening, and that's reflected by a significant projected EDAM RSC shortfall. So it's, I think that's the answer there, and it is somewhat of a judgment call, but I think it's using the RSC as the tool to more systematically identify those especially precarious situations that are in the day ahead timeframe. So it's not meant to be a routine thing or all the time. If we're routinely having significant projected EDAM RSC failures, then, if that's routine, then there's bigger problems going on, I think.
Much bigger problems,
yeah.
Right? That's kind of.
So this isn't me I don't think Danny can confirm. We're not proposing this as something that we're looking to be doing routinely.
No. We would like to never do this. We as a responsible BAA want to be able to make sure that we have enough supply to meet our load too.
And for storage, will you like ED discharge and charging for the next day, or how it will work?
So this would be, this would be storage not under an RA contract, right? We would offer them an ED and then they would just be required to bid into the market, right? Just like any other storage resource participating. They'd have to have charge and discharge bids. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric's hand is up again.
Okay.
Sorry if the tariff covers this and I just haven't read it. What is the definition of a significant RSC failure?
Okay, I guess Danny's looking at me, so I'll answer.
No, like on the RSC side, there's a de minimis band, which is 10 megawatts or the forecast error associated with the imbalance reserve requirement. So it would be in excess of that. It would be tens to hundreds of megawatts short, most likely. What? That's a better way of saying it. But now to the significant event on like an ED operator discretion, that's a question that you can weigh in on, David.
Well, right. So it ties into the terminology around the EDAM RSC, but I think it's a judgment call. I think it has to be, well, I was going to say significant, but I think that's something that, in the EDAM process, as we get closer to getting to EDAM going live, I think that's probably something that will be continued discussions about, and like probably more refinement of what sort of procedures are going to be around that. But I think this is just the concept that it's going to be something significant. And I think what significant means, it may never be a defined megawatt amount. It may be certain failures above a certain level are going to trigger more review or something. I think all that is still to be determined. I think this is more of the concept of, would the projected EDAM RSC failures be something that would, in theory, justify exceptional dispatch? And I think we're saying yes. And what magnitude of failure is still, to be refined.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard because right now we don't have something happens above X megawatts. Operators have authority to issue an exceptional dispatch, right? There is a discretionary piece that they have about when they need to do this. And that should be consistent under using the EDAM RSC as a tool to inform risk.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have one more slide. Yeah, there is new material on the slide that we haven't covered. Just to kind of put a bow on this, EDAM RSC is looking at all available bids. However, all available bids are not the entire contracted RA. So our RDRR, for example, we do plan to have a mechanism to account for RDRR that was contracted prior to taking any corrective operator action. Additionally, strategic reserves that are participating in the day-ahead market and are offering bids would be counted as available to meet CAISO BAA load. And then the last point I want to note is just consistent with the existing authority, the system operators will also be looking to make EDs as efficiently as possible to the extent that they're able to. Isabella, any more questions? Any questions in the room? Well, I only want 15 minutes over, Partha.
You exceeded expectations, but by.
Yeah, that actually might be a winner today, right? Only 15 over? Thanks, everybody.
All right, if we could move to the next slide, we're going to move into the modeling discussion with Aditya. Silas, could we move to the next slide?
The slides are just uploading into the WebEx now.
Okay, thank you. And could we go to slide 36, please?
Right, thank you. So first off, I want to start by saying thank you for all of your engagement over the past 6 working groups in providing a great amount of input and feedback into how modeling should move forward. This is one of those work streams that will be moving into it's a separate track. It's not a policy development phase, but it is one of those kind of policy phases. Next slide, please. All right, I think we've talked about this slide an ample number of times, basically trying to get a good understanding of what is the level of reliability that the shown RA fleet gets us to, and then what is the current level of authorized procurement in the years 2 to 4, and years 5 to 10 is the long-term plan producing. To be able to do a meaningful study of something like this, the assumptions are as important as the methodology. So we are going to send out a survey. We had a special 2-hour stakeholder call on the 23rd of April to go over the survey mechanics. And thank you for all your questions and input on that particular call. We now have an updated survey posted on the RAMP webpage. There's also an FAQ document that addresses some of the main questions that were asked during the stakeholder call. So now it makes it really, really simple. The year ahead, all we want is 100% showings for each month. Expected guest, it's good, but 100%. And then in years 2 to 10, it's all a portfolio of resources. What is your existing resource, planned resource, and a generic resource to fill the gap? It's very similar to what a resource plan would produce. So once we get all of that information, we will compile it. There were concerns about confidentiality. We will not make any individual survey response public, so all results will be shared as at the CAISO BAA level, or any other form of any other aggregation, as long as no one will be able to go back to who provided that particular response. That's the masked groupings format. So this, can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, a little bit more on the survey. It should be uploaded through the CD platform. If you have any questions, please send them to Sam or myself. The survey, we originally said May 16th, but based on the conversations at that stakeholder call, we extended it by 2 more weeks. So now LSCs have until May 31st to respond to this really quick and simple survey. So I'd like to stress that it's not a complex survey. The previous version of it was trying to do resource plan in the survey template, which we cleaned it, and now we made it really simple. So that is the survey. And once the survey responses are compiled, we will set a meeting to engage with stakeholders on a continuous basis. The idea is to come back to you all and discuss the study framework, the assumptions, the methodology, how we study, what does it look like, what I don't want to talk about any survey gaps, but hopefully we'll get 100% survey response rate. But if there are any gaps, what about gaps? And then study methodology, time frame, looking at things like ELCCs, is that useful for that shown fleet? Do we talk about UCAP and stuff like that, and how we assess the default counting rules and default PRM for resources? So all of those conversations, as it relates to the assessment methodology, will happen in future stakeholder engagements. So the journey just started, I guess. With the survey, the data will be in our hands to put them into our models. All right, I think that's the update I have. And how will you hear from us? I think via the same market notices. You'll get information on when future meetings will be held. I plan to set a little bit more structure on cadence and frequency of these meetings, and have some more things baked, which will happen as time goes along. We also may have a few discussions from different assessment vendors like Servum and Flexus and stuff like that, so we can talk about the models and inputs and what goes in and how it gets studied and evaluated. So I'm excited for the analysis design that we have laid out in trying to understand the RA across all time horizons. All right, thank you. Any questions?
No questions in the queue. Do we have any questions on the phone only line?
None on the phone only line at this time.
Right. The next slide basically says the same thing that I said in my conclusion. So, all right, thanks. Back to you, Daniel.
All right, well, I think that brings us to the end of the agenda for today. If we want to move to slide 41, we can preview the agenda for tomorrow, and then I'll turn things over to Partha and Danielle to see if there's any comments before we wrap up. But tomorrow we have a 9 a.m. start time. Today was 10 a.m., so just an hour earlier. And then we'll kick off the discussion tomorrow with kind of where we've been. So we'll talk about comments from the March 13th meeting, as well as takeaways from today's meeting. And then the rest of the day we'll focus on a pathway forward. So we'll talk about problem statement 1, which focuses on modeling, problem statement 2, which is outage substitution and availability, performance incentives, backstop, EDAM RSC, and then some of the remaining RA topics that we'll discuss in future working groups. So with that, I'll turn things over to Danielle and Partha to see if there's anything they want to add.
I think, I think just looking at what is going to be covered tomorrow, it'll be a busy day tomorrow. I don't know if folks have had a chance to look at the discussion paper that was posted, but there's a lot of information. Oh, it was posted this morning? Okay, so I encourage you to read the discussion paper, but I'll walk through the changes in the problem statements. If you don't get a chance to take a look at it, we'll be going through all of that through the slides. And going through some of the feedback on the problem statements, some of the changes that were proposed, and what CAISO is proposing for those problem statements and moving those forward. So it's really a recap of comments from the previous stakeholder meeting. We'll go through some of the takeaways we had from today, and then get into the path forward for the problem statements and a little bit more information on what that path forward looks like.
Yeah, no, then thanks again. I really appreciate all the fantastic engagement from folks here in the room as well as from folks on the phone. And yeah, so like at least the two I'd highlight from today sort of coming out of this, we do have, and I'd encourage you to read the discussion paper on it. But we have sort of what was our anticipated pathway forward, both on the EDAM RSC topics as well as on the CPM topics. And yeah, great discussion on our backstop process and CPM. Lots of good perspectives, lots of good feedback, lots of divergent views in terms of what the ISO's role should be, how we should, areas that we should look at in terms of enhancing them. I think that was one thing that we highlighted in the paper in particular, was that like we really felt like, in light of the changing regulatory structures and a lot of the changing grid mix and risks, we felt that our backstop processes were going to be important and ones that we're going to need to have sort of multiple rounds of feedback and discussions on likely before moving forward with the policy stage. But yeah, I'd really encourage you to look closely at those items in particular going into the working group discussion. Because yeah, I think that we're going to have to, tonight relook at them and think about your all's feedback as well, as we head into tomorrow. So yeah, really appreciate it, and I hope folks have a good rest of their day.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to our in-person audience and our virtual audience, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m.